Hello, making a video. I'm good. My name is also Grant Salvin. So I'm making a video to talk about various issues. Um, yeah. So what do I want to start talking about? Well, let me just point something out because recently I posted a video on Facebook. It was a clip from the film Die Hard with a Vengeance. Um, and maybe some people might wonder, why would I post that? Um, and yeah, so you know the scene at the beginning of Die Hard with a Vengeance, where John McClane, he's forced to go to Harlem and he's forced to wear a sign, which gets him in trouble. Yeah. Now this is what it's interesting because I'm God and I'm in a situation where um, people want to create problems for me. They want to try to corner me. They want to try to keep me stuck. And they want to, and that's why, we live in this time, in the last decade or two, there's been this, particularly, there's been a lot of censorship. And, we're living in a country now. I mean, if you go listen to the likes of Tommy Robinson or Nigel Farage, there's a lot of people who feel, well, they state the fact, which is truth. They're just saying the truth that people are being censored. They can't say what they want to say. They can't, British people, for instance, British people are being treated like second class citizens in their own country, which is true. Um, I mean, the interesting thing for me is because I'm God, I warned the Israelites, I warned people, I said, if you turn away from me and you leave me, then, you'll find yourselves falling into the hands of your enemies. You will be overtaken. That's simply what happens when you forget about me. And I've been talking about this for years. I've been talking about this on my YouTube channel. I've been putting out videos talking about this, trying to warn people that I'm God and you've forgotten about me and everything's falling apart because you've forgotten about me. And you're just, and people are pointing their fingers and laughing at me, thinking, oh, look at this bum. You live in a house full of trash. What a loser. You know, yeah. And that's where we are. Um, yeah, that's it. Um, the mistake that people make is that they forget that God lives forever. If you want to sit and point at God and laugh at him, well, here's, well, that's the thing, yeah, my life isn't exactly how I want it to be right now, but like I said, I live forever. So, yeah, what do I have to worry about? You know, um, when you're burning in hell, well, I'll be living in paradise. So, what are we arguing? Well, what are we arguing about? Yeah. Anyways, I'm trying to point as many things out here as I can. Okay, so I'm trying to, so I mean, and this is the thing, right? Um, Obviously, I spoke about that scene from Die Hard with a Vengeance. Um, the thing is, if I said, I hate white people, well, what does that phrase actually mean? Does it mean that I hate them, or does it mean that they hate me? Because you could interpret that that you could interpret those words both ways. I mean, it just depends. Well, that's the thing. You can interpret them in both ways. I mean, most people would only interpret it in one way, but technically, you could interpret it in different ways. And demons, that's how demons interpret shit, right? They will twist everything to suit their own um, narrative. But anyway, um, yeah. The fact is white people hate me, black people hate me, yellow people hate me. There's all kinds of people who hate me. They hated me first. Yeah, the world hated me first. And I was Jesus Christ. I tried to save people. I tried to give people a way of building a relationship with me, God. They either did that or they didn't. Um, whether, what color you are, I don't really care. Whether you're white, black, brown, yellow, whatever. Everyone gets a chance. So, what did I want to talk about? Well, let me start off talking about Paul, who is a tarot reader. Paul the tarot reader. The guy with the YouTube channel. Yeah, that guy. I'm told again and again that he was Adolf Hitler. To my mate, I'm shocked. But am I that surprised? Not really. Because I'm used to figuring out crazy things. I'm used to figuring out things, hearing about things, learning about things that are really shocking. Um, I'm God. When I found out that I'm God, yeah, believe me, I was shocked. Yeah, I was shocked probably for about 2 or 3 years. It was like every single day waking up thinking, wow, that's and battling with it as well. Like, really? Can I, is this even possible? Am I just imagining this? And what, um, so yeah, I'm used to dealing with very bizarre information. Um, Now the thing about Paul being Adolf Hitler, what people would probably wonder, like, why would God come back and like this and have try to have a dialogue with a guy called Paul over the internet, um, who he states is used to be Adolf Hitler. Like, what's all this about? Like, why did this happen? Well, see, what happened was, yeah, I mean, back in, uh, 2015, 2016, in 2016, this country had the Brexit vote. Yeah. And, we were supposed to leave the European Union, which, happened very, very slowly, although, has it been done? Some people will say it's not actually finished yet, but anyway, um, and, obviously there was Donald Trump. He became the president of the United States of America. And, People used to say, people who are on the left, they would often call people who were Brexit voters or Republican voters or conservative voters or UKIP voters, they would usually just say, well, you're a Nazi. You're a Nazi. Um, and, I found people kept throwing this label at me, kept calling me a Nazi, kept calling me a Nazi. I'm like, I'm not a Nazi. Um, why do you keep calling me that? And what happened was I learned things. I learned things, yeah. I learned things. I discovered things. Let's put it that way. Obviously, I have to be smart, don't I? Yeah, that's right. I have to be smart. Yeah. I mean, if I lived in the United States of America, I wouldn't have to be. I could probably, I could probably say more, but living in this country, this cunt of a country, yeah, um, I have to, I have to be careful what I say. But what can I say? So what happened was when I quit my job in 2016, I was working as a network engineer for the NHS, the National Health Service. I quit that job in 2016 because I thought to myself, well, maybe I can make a lot of money at Bitcoin. So I quit my job because I hate working with those people. I couldn't stand it. It got so bad that I would go to work some days, sit at my desk, and I couldn't even do any work until I had a drink at lunchtime. I'd go to the pub, have a large glass of wine or like a beer or whatever. I couldn't even. My blood was boiling. That's how bad I hated working there. It was so bad. Um, but I won't go into specifics right now because yeah, I ain't got time for that. Um, I mean, it's something I've already explained before, but anyway, yeah. So I quit my job. I went home, and for about 2 or 3 years, I managed to. I spent 2 or 3 years staring at my computer screen. I had my computer hooked up to my massive TV, well, my 42-inch TV, and I would sit on my sofa, clicking and typing all day long and trading Bitcoin, trying to make money. I actually stockpiled silver bars, silver coins. I had got ounces of gold, and I had to sell those in those 3 years because, well, I eventually ran out of money. That would have been 2018, 2019. Um, and that was when I was living in Brighton. After that, I moved over to West-sur-Mer, to this house where it was my mum's house. She's dead now. She died of cancer. Um, but while I was in Brighton, I was learning things that I found on the internet and um, about Germany, about things that happened in the past and why things happened. Um, I was investigating it because I felt like something had been forgotten about or the truth had been buried in the past. And that's, to my, that really shocked me. And this is at a time when, obviously, um, there's a lot happening in white countries, so European countries and the United States of America. So there's a lot of migration happening, um, obviously. Um, there's tension. people are having problems, um, and obviously there are problems. Yeah, there are people who are unhappy. Um, so what happened was years ago when I was living in Brighton, those 3 years, I was actually posting on Facebook, um, and I was posting things that people found very shocking, and it and at that time people were it got to the point where I couldn't go anywhere in Brighton without feeling like, everyone knew who I was. They all knew me as like the local crazy guy with the Facebook page. Um, and and what happened was I kept doing that. I kept playing this game of um, I was trying to show people truth. I was trying to show people um, truth. Um, and at the same time, trying to make money trading Bitcoin. And I made a lot of enemies. Um, and I think some people actually took me seriously. I think some people um, actually were interested in the truth that I was putting out. Not to say maybe I didn't get all of it right. Maybe I didn't get all of, maybe I didn't have all the facts. I didn't have, um, but I was in very, I'd gone into something that was, um, I was on the right track. I was getting somewhere, basically. Um, and yeah, um, so what happened? Well, there was this time. So I was at home, and I felt like I felt like my computer had been hacked. I felt like my smartphone had been hacked. I felt like I was being watched and listened to 24/7. Like I couldn't get away with it. It got to, I at first I was like, oh, my phone must have been hacked. So I just stuck my phone under the duvet on my bed and I just left it there for the day. And I was like, what am I gonna do? And now, every time I went on a YouTube video, it's like, they're having a direct conversation with me. It's like, whoa, what's going on? Like, I just felt shocked. I just felt like my home had been completely invaded by spies. Like everyone was spying on me. And it's like, how's this happening? And, at that time, I didn't have a lot of money. I was running out of money, but, I went out and bought myself like a Google Pixel phone, thinking like, okay, well, I can, maybe I can put some security software on this Google Pixel phone to try to keep hackers out. And I even got myself another router, a Wi-Fi router, and I put I put yeah, I modded it. I modified it so I could put a VPN connection directly on the router. And I tried all kinds of tech stuff to try to keep out hackers. Um, and I still wasn't having any success. I was thinking to myself, like, what the hell's going on? And it was only later on that I realized, oh, it's ghosts, right? These are spirits that are watching me. Um, and back then I didn't know anything about I didn't know anything about Evil Eye. I never even heard of Evil Eye before. In obviously people in the tarot community, when they talk about Evil Eye, well, they're talking about something similar to what I've experienced. Um, but but yeah, I mean, I had no idea what it was. What it is, it's all it is there are demons that spy. There are spirits that spy on me, and the information it goes around. Yeah, it circulates. There are there's information that is flowing because of spirits. There are good spirits and there are bad spirits. Um so what yeah. So I got attacked by demons. Um I got some really, yeah, I mean, I got attacked by demons, and that happened. So when I was living in Brighton, after I left Brighton, things got a lot better for me. Um, and Archangel Michael is with me, and Paul Walker is with me as well. And there are other spirits as well that I know about that are around me. Um, so where was I going to go with this conversation? Um, I'm not starting this video again. um, so the thing is about Aaliyah Dana Houghton. Okay, so her ghost is on the front of my body. She's in a. We are in. She's upside down. Yeah, you know what a 69 is. Yeah, so that's what I am in with her. Yeah, I'm a Cancer rising sign. So, there's a part of my body that rises and lowers and rises and lowers. Yeah. And so I'm a Cancer rising. That's my, and the symbol for Cancer is 69. Yeah. So there's this 69 magic going on with me and Aaliyah Dane Houghton. Okay. Aaliyah Dane Houghton, she was black. As you can see, I'm in black and white right now. I put a black and white filter on intentionally. I'm white. But here's the other point as well. I mean, obviously Jesus Christ, he said, "Stay in the light," and be of the light, don't be of the darkness. Um, Basically, but what does that mean? I mean, the thing is, I'm God. I am light and I am darkness. I'm both. Yeah. Um, that's the thing. There's all this confusion. People want to say, "Oh, but God's good. He would never do anything bad. That's Satan's job. Satan's supposed to do all the bad stuff." Yeah, well, I'm God. I can do good and I can do bad, right? I can give life. I can create life. I can love, and I can kill and destroy. Yeah. I can do both. I mean, it would seem rather dumb that I couldn't do both, wouldn't it? It doesn't really make a lot of sense. Why would it make sense that I couldn't do, you know? Um, so, yeah. Let me get some tea. Hang on. Got my cup of tea here from Starbucks. Yeah. So the thing is that, obviously, let me talk about black and white, okay? Because people have a lot of questions and arguments about this. People want to say Jesus was a brown man, or some people might say Jesus was a black man. And, people look at depictions of Jesus being depicted as a white man, and they say that's racist or that's wrong. Like, how does that make sense? Well, I mean, if you look back at history and you look at genetics and you look at, white people were, well, the Israelites were white people. They were. Um, well, if you look back at history, yeah, if you look at the earliest Egyptians, or if you go look at Samaria and you look at like the Sumerian idols, they're idols of like white people with blue eyes. I mean, you can't miss it. It's right there. But people say dumb things like, "Oh, what did Egyptians look like 5,000 years ago, 7,000 years ago?" Well, look at Egyptians today; they're brown. That doesn't make sense. People migrate, obviously. I mean, every day on the news, it's talking about, "Oh, look, there's a boat's coming over, boat's coming over, boat's coming over." Um, People might have migrated. Okay, it's really simple. Um, and this is the thing. The Israelites were told that they would be blessed, um, and white people were the most blessed for a time. Yeah, I mean, if you look at, obviously white people, Europeans and and Americans, North Americans, right? Canadians, blah blah blah. Yeah, I mean they've dominated. They've and they've obviously they've been blessed with uh they've had they've had good, they've had civilizations, right? They've had civilized, fairly civilized societies. um they've been blessed with all these different things. Yeah, they were Christians. That's why they were blessed, right? Because Christians love Jesus and Jesus loves Christians. Yeah, I mean, is it really that hard to understand? Um, so yeah, so um, the thing is that people have moved around, and people, there are people, for instance, Ashkenazi Jews. Who are they? How did they end up being the ones who are called the Jews? How did that happen? Well, some people like to steal other people's identity. They like to steal. There are a lot of people. in this world who would like to claim that their identity is something other than what it is. Um, and things like that do happen. Um, but obviously, it's all very complicated. It's not, there's no one simple answer, but it's probably a combination of different answers, I would guess. Um, the thing is that, yeah, I'm in this situation with, there's the ghost of Aaliyah Dana Houghton. She's on top of me. Um, and, there is this, I guess, well, it does seem that way, there's this tribal conflict that is the problem. Um, and the thing about Mary, well, that's the thing. Aaliyah Dana Houghton, she was Mary. Go and look at the Catholic Church. Okay, so who does the Catholic Church worship? They worship Mary. They do. Because they make a big fuss about Mary when they shouldn't. They build massive statues um, that they pray in front of. Massive statues of Mary. They weren't supposed to make statues and idols, but they did. Why is it wrong to make a statue and an idol of Mary or Jesus or, well, first of all, how do you know what Jesus looks like? The person who gets to paint the picture or um, build the statue or whatever, the idol of Jesus, as an example, well, how would they know what Jesus looks like? You're basically, you know what I mean? It could be anybody. That's the thing. You're just all you're doing is creating a statue or an idol of a something that looks like a human, and it could be anybody because it could actually look nothing like Jesus at all. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why you shouldn't do it, and also the fact that you're literally worshiping stone and wood, and paint. Yeah, why do you think the word pain is in paint? I wonder, huh? What a strange coincidence. Oh, I've done this painting. Oh, I suffered so much doing this painting. I mean, that's the interesting thing about the tarot deck, because the Sagittarius card is in the major arcana is the Temperance card or the Art card. It's titled Art in the Thoth deck. And obviously with art, well, a lot of art is done with painting. And it's a fire sign. And Sagittarius is a fire sign, is associated with the 8 of Wands, the 9 of Wands, and the 10 of Wands. The 10 of Wands is oppression, is extreme exhaustion. Um, yeah, bizarre, huh? Yeah, really bizarre. Anyway, anyways, um, where do I want to go with this? So yeah, let's talk about um. Oh right, yeah. So I was talking about Mary, and this is the thing. She has been worshipped by people more. I mean, Catholicism is the number one religion on this planet. Yeah, that's the interesting thing is because I'm God, I'm number one, but then Catholicism is obviously Mary's the most worshipped, basically, um, and she that's intentional. That wasn't some mistake. Yeah, that wasn't some mistake that, it's not like Mary's in the background, like, oh no, don't worship me, worship Jesus, worship God. Nah, she ain't doing that. She wants to be worshipped. That's the problem. And people want to do that. There's this problem in the world. There's so many people, they'd rather have a goddess, or yeah, that's the thing, right? It's like, oh, we fear Jesus, we fear God. Oh, we'll pray to Mary instead. We want a goddess instead, because God scares the hell out of us. Well, what I mean? It's bad, isn't it? It's like, well, because you're supposed to worship God. Um, you're supposed to love God. You're supposed to have a relationship with God. But then you're like, oh, but I'm too fearful, so I'll go worship Mary instead. And now what? Oh, right, so you're gonna go to hell now because you decided you're too scared of God to have a relationship with him. It doesn't make a lot of sense though, does it? It doesn't really. It's very bizarre, isn't it? Um, I don't think, this is the thing. I've never, throughout my life, I never really thought of myself as someone who was unapproachable. I always thought of myself, I'm usually a polite person. I'd like to get on with people. I can get on with people from all backgrounds, whether they're black or white or brown or yellow or whatever, whether they're rich or poor or whatever. I'm usually quite willing to just get on with people. But obviously, life has shown to me that I shouldn't trust anybody at all because they're all trying to screw me over or nail me to another cross. That's basically all people want to do. They just want to. It's all about energy. They get close to me, and demons come around them, and the demons just get them to do shit to try to attack me again and again and again and again and again. Um, and it's hurt me. It's caused me a lot of problems. People have been doing so much witchcraft. 2,000 years ago, there wasn't Hollywood. There weren't all these record labels who were putting out all these songs and music videos, and publishers putting out books and books and books and books and books. Yeah, that stuff, that stuff didn't exist 2,000 years ago. But we live today, don't we? This is 2026. This is how things are. Um, I feel abandoned by the church. People who there's all these churches. Whether it's Catholic or Baptist or Methodist or I don't know, all the Anglican Church, the Church of England, churches all around the world who call themselves churches, but the vast majority of them, they don't have anything to do with me. They don't. That's the thing. They might say they pray to Jesus. They say they pray to God. They say that they love God, but they're not. We're not on the same frequency. Basically, we're not on the same frequency at all. They think someone else is God. They think someone else is Jesus. Because all I have to do is, if I go onto their, go listen to their videos they put online on YouTube, as an example. I keep getting this sense that they're just running away from me, running away, running away. It's always trying to get away from me, and it always feels like they're conspiring with evil demons to keep me trapped, to keep me stuck, and they view me as the devil. So I will proudly wear my devil horns. Yeah, I ain't got a problem with that. Um, I'm vengeance is mine. Vengeance belongs to me. So going back to what I was saying about Paul being Adolf Hitler, which is obviously a very shocking thing, um, whether he knows it or not, I don't know. Um, I mean, he's obviously heard me say it. Yeah, I think he's heard me say it. That's really interesting, isn't it? Because obviously he's abandoned me. He was Paul, say, who people call Saint Paul. He was the Paul who wrote 2/3 of the New Testament. Yeah, he wrote all those different epistles, those letters. Um, and he spread the gospel. Okay? He was that guy. And he was Adolf Hitler. And now, obviously, we're living in a time where, the Western world, it doesn't matter if you live in Germany, the United Kingdom, or the United States of America, most people would claim that Adolf Hitler was the most evil man that ever lived. Yeah? And that is the opinion of most people. My opinion of who Adolf Hitler was is a bit different from most people. I'll put it that way. Okay. Um, I think that there's been a lot of stories told about him that weren't actually true. Um, you know, you know, people tend to forget that there's things. There's a thing called propaganda. Um, when there's a war, usually the victor gets to write the story. Yeah, that's how it goes. I think a lot of people they try to make out that he was this horrible, nasty man. He was a monster. um, and the fact was is that people claim that he said things that he never did. All right, people want to claim that he wrote things that he never did. Um, so people rather than people should try to figure out for themselves what the real truth is, rather than just listening to people who would never actually bother. Because most people are not bothered. Most people would not want to figure it out for themselves. They would rather just listen to what you know, what everyone else thinks, and then they would just go on with that. But if you actually take the time to figure out things, you might find that you have a different opinion about the guy. But the fact is that Paul, or Adolf Hitler, he's abandoned me. I'm God. He's abandoned me. He's totally abandoned me. So the fact that, there's this whole world now that thinks he's the most evil man that ever lived, well, fuck him. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't fucking care. Do you know what I mean? Like, good, fine. You know? Why should I fucking care? Why should I care? I mean, the truth is, why is this so important and why has it happened this way? Well, the fact is that the truth is the light. Okay? Jesus said about himself, he said, I am the light of the world. I am the truth. And that's the thing. The truth is light. Okay? And that's why, so Paul, the guy now who's the tarot reader, he's gone complete villain mode. Yeah, that's the truth, right? He's and his past. So, he had this past where there was a lot of light, there was a lot of truth. Um and now he wants to be the devil. He wants to be the devil, but he's not. I'm God. I'm the fucking devil. I'm gonna be the fucking devil. Alright? Paul can fuck off. I'm trying to word this the best I can, but yeah. Um, and I'm not starting this video again. I will not. I don't have time for it. I really don't. Um, so what do I want to mention? This could be a really long video, to be fair. Um, so obviously it's very interesting. There's this guy who recently he was murdered. The guy, what was his name? Henry Nowak. And this is the thing, obviously, because Henry is, well, that's the thing. For instance, Rihanna. People would call her Ree. Ree is short for Rihanna. Henry. Well, what's a hen? You know what a hen party is, right? Or a stag party. Henry. So obviously, there's it's a magic name. Um, and Nowak. Well, if you've been following my Facebook page, I mean, you know that there was a short video I put out of me cleaning my ears with cotton buds, with Q-tips, and obviously having a lot of wax coming out of my ear. Um, yeah. If you missed that, well, whatever. But um, yeah, wax. Well, you know what? If someone gets whacked, you know what that means, right? Wax. God wax. Um, so yeah, obviously people are very unhappy with how the police handled that, how the police handled that situation, and um, yeah, yeah. I mean, I can understand why people would be unhappy about that. Obviously, um, people should be concerned about that. Whether you're white or you're black, you should see that as something that shouldn't have happened. Um, the person who killed him, um, the police didn't. They apparently they didn't even put him in handcuffs. That's what I've heard, right? And obviously, that Henry, who had been, he'd been attacked, and when they found him, they handcuffed him, and he was obviously in a very, very bad state at the time, and he died, and the stupid police officers did a terrible job. So, and obviously, yeah, apparently this happened a long time ago. This happened in December last year. So this is ages ago. Well, it's quite a long time ago. Mm-hmm. Excuse me. That's cold. Cold tea. Um, so, there is this problem at the moment. There is, people would like to think that people would like to live in a civilized society. I think that there are a lot of people who want to live, where black people can live with white people, and different people from different cultures and different backgrounds. We can live together, multiculturalism, and not have any problems. But the fact is, there are problems. Um, and obviously, people come back from different countries. They have, some have different religions. Some people come across that they're Christians. Um, and there's people, there's all sorts of different situations. Um, but the fact is that I'm God. I'm the God of Christianity, okay, of the Bible, yeah, the Old Testament, the New Testament. That's what I'm really the God of. Um, there is no other God besides. There is no other God except me. Yeah, you could write a story. Yeah, get yourself a notepad and write some bollock story about some guy and give him whatever name, or some woman, and give them any name you want and say, oh shit, that's a god. Oh, that's a goddess. Oh, yeah, yeah, there's this bullshit story. Here you go. Yeah, anyone can fucking do that, can't they? Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's not to say, obviously there have been different religions, there have been different stories. There might be some elements of those stories that are actually true. I couldn't tell you exactly for each story exactly what happened and this, that, and the other. I would say that probably the most of it is total rubbish. And there might be some stories that actually have some truth to it. But um, the fact is that I'm Elohim. Elohim means gods, plural. People would often say, well, why is God called Elohim? Because that means gods, and gods is plural. And then God says, there is no other God besides me. I'm the only God. This is me, this is me saying that, yeah, you can invent all these stories about gods and goddesses, whether they're male or female, but they're all me, right? That's, it's, there is no God except me. There's only one. Yeah, and there's obviously this idea, there's this, I can't remember, is it the Book of Psalms or something like that? God said to the Israelites, hasn't it been said, ye are gods? And some people take that to mean that, oh, what God is saying is that the Israelites are gods, that they're all gods as well. It's like, no, 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 no. How, if you belong to God, then you are gods, right? God apostrophe S, in the sense that you belong to God. Yeah? So in that sense, you are gods. Yeah? In that sense. But obviously, people want to be like, no, 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 but I want to be a god. And they want to just keep going with that, don't they? They obviously want to, no, no, we're all gods now. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like, it's ridiculous though, isn't it? Imagine if, all these people who want to believe. I mean, just look at the tarot deck as an example. You have the Empress and the Emperor, all these people, or kings and queens. Everyone wants to believe they're a king or a queen or an emperor or an empress, blah, 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 or a star. There are all these people who want to have this belief about themselves. Well, look, if every man and woman on this planet were a king or a queen, then there is, what is the point of a king or a queen? Right? The whole point of a king or a queen is that they rule over a large group of people. Yeah? A king is, or a queen, that is a rare title given to a person. It's not, it doesn't make sense, does it? It doesn't make sense that if you were to say every man on this planet is a king and every woman on this earth is a queen. It doesn't make sense. It's stupid. Because then it doesn't make sense. But people behave in that way. People want to have these stupid ideas. Anyway, yeah, give me a minute. So yeah, the thing about Paul, the tarot reader, from Dove and Serpent Tarot, is that he just, yeah. I know he's watching me. I know he's listening to me. And that he I mean, this is the thing. It's my power that people, it's my power that has drawn it's my power that's drawn people's attention. Um, and these people, they want to do battle with me. They want to battle. Um, hoping that they can win. And I think for that, for Paul, he's sort of like, well, I'm going to fight with this guy Grant. We're going to battle it out, and the thing is, he has no he has no love for God. Me, he has no love for God. That's the problem. He's only interested in money and doing what he wants to do with his life. He keeps saying that, he doesn't. That's the thing. He wants to be the master of his own destiny. He wants to be, he doesn't want to be subservient, if that's the right word. If he doesn't want to be under God. Yeah, he doesn't want to be below God. I posted that video. What was it? Russell Brand. He had a video, the Sunday service, number 6. I posted it, I think, a day or two ago. And Russell Brand did a really good job of explaining how, he went into very good detail. He gave a very good explanation about this. And I highly recommend you go watch it. And he talked about how because he always considered himself a spiritual guy, but before he was a Christian, he always found he was always putting himself at the center. And this is what tarot readers do, right? They like to put themselves at the center, and they don't realize that it's actually no, it's God who's at the center, and God has to get the glory. So if I've lived a life for 38. I'm 38 years old, and I've been living in a world that does not want to give me the glory. And I've had to, and that's the thing. It's a constant battle. It's affected me. It's hurt me. I am the energy source. I'm the power plant. I'm where all the good stuff comes from. And people want to leave me with nothing. It's take, 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 take. Without ever giving anything back. You know how an ecosystem works. You have different animals. You have, if you have an imbalance in the ecosystem, it can completely destroy the ecosystem. Yeah. Maybe if you have too much of one animal in an ecosystem, one species if there's too much of one species or not enough, then it can completely ruin an ecosystem and completely change it. And this is sort of the problem with me. It's kind of like that. The fact is, I'm not getting what I need from people. People aren't willing to give me what I require from people. It's a requirement. Um, it's kind of like, if you stop paying the electricity bill, then, you'll find that you don't have any electricity coming to your house anymore because you stopped paying the bill. As an example, there has to be, there is a requirement that needs to be met. And, I'm at the point now where, well, I'm, I'm very unhappy with a lot of people. Um, I've waited a long time. What am I, obviously, if I wait and wait and wait and I keep telling people what I need, but they won't ever give me what I need, what I want, what I ask for, then we'll have to take it to the next stage. And, things will get harder, it'll get more difficult, it'll get tougher. Um, you know, the, the consequences will be more severe. I mean, this is the thing about Paul. I wanted to work with him, um, and that could have. He seems to be completely opposed to the idea, and it's like, well, you could be rich, we could be powerful, we could work together, but you know, the fact is that he just doesn't like the idea of having to put me first. That's the problem. He wants to. This is he wants to he wants to put himself first. He wouldn't, even if I could make him 100 times richer, he still wouldn't do it because he wouldn't want to have to say that I'm first. He couldn't do it. He simply could not do that. Um, his ego couldn't handle it. So it does seem ridiculous, though, doesn't it? So for a human being who's been created by God to say, God, yeah, you're number one because you created me. Thanks for that, by the way. Good job. Rather than that, yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it? It's so ridiculous. No, God, I can't accept that you're number one. I'm gonna say that I'm number one instead. Um, that's how people are. That's what the world's like, and whatever. If you want to find yourself imprisoned, enslaved, dead, you're going the right way about it. You make your choices. I've given you warning after warning after warning, and I don't care anymore. All I'm doing is trying to get the job finished. And that's it. So, um, yeah. Yeah, people are so concerned about their stupid little lives, aren't they? I've got another 20 years, I can do whatever I want. Fuck God. Who needs him anyway? And then when you're 20 years up, you're like, but that's the thing, right? Because, that time will go by. That time Once it's gone, it's gone. And then what? What awaits you next? Yeah, exactly. The fact is there are a lot of people, they don't like being told what to do by God. They don't want me telling them what to do. And so they think running away is their best option. And there's all these people. Well, there's all these people. And, I think, there's all these people. Oh, you feel safe in large numbers. Oh, I see. Oh, so I'm by myself. I'm this guy, this bald-headed guy who smokes cigarettes, making videos, posting stuff on Facebook that everyone seems to talk about. Um, yeah. Oh, I'm all alone. It's just me by myself. Not really, but you got, that's the thing. People, you always feel safe in large numbers, don't you? But being in large numbers isn't going to save you. I mean, what's going to happen to all these people? There's going to be, I suppose, millions, billions of people. And, I'm going to look at them all and be like, well, what purpose do I have for you? Are you going to just send you straight to hell? Or, you're going to, yeah, what's going to happen to you? You go into the graveyard, or you go into, or maybe you make a good slave, or concubine or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, whatever. I was going to talk about Linda. I'm just going to want to say, is there any point even mentioning her? Um, um, she posted a video to our members only. She loves to do all these members only tricks. She put out a video a couple of days ago saying hidden betrayal, members only. Oh yeah, it's hidden. Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's hidden. No one can watch it unless they're a member of your channel. Oh, let's join the soul family, shall we? Oh, we're a family now, are we, Linda? Oh, members only. Oh. But that's the thing, what does member mean? Well, a penis, another word for penis is member. That's right. Mm-hmm. She put out a video early this morning. The truth is coming out. What does that mean? Tarot readers want to put out stupid videos like this. The truth is coming out. I mean, you just read it. It's like, well, what does that mean? You know, Jesus said, I am the light of the world. I am the truth. So, is Jesus coming out as gay, or is someone ejaculating, or someone taking a dump, or what are we talking about? I mean, this is the thing. This is why people put out these stupid videos with stupid statements, because that's all it is. It's a bunch of word magic that means fuck all. It's a bunch of garbage. And she can't even do her readings are so crap. That's the thing. A lot of tarot readers, what they'll do is they'll pick up some deck which isn't balanced at all. It's simply a bunch of nice things you want to hear. Shuffle, 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 shuffle. Ooh, it's about this. Ooh, it's about that. We'll pick some decks where we can't get any bad messages coming out for a while. And once we've built up a pile of cards with nice meanings on them, then we'll start, once we've created some bollocks bullshit narrative, then we'll start taking out the tarot cards, and then we'll start seeing, and then it's all about trying to hide the truth rather than actually saying to spirit, what do you really want to talk about? It's all about trying to hide the truth. That's all it's about. And keep the money rolling in. Get the subscribers, get the likes, get the comments. That's all it's about. That won't save you. If you want to believe in that horse shit, that's your choice. I don't care. But it's your funeral. So you've been warned. I mean, the fact that, she'll sit there and she'll say things like, oh, I rebuke this in the name of Jesus, while she's doing her witchcraft and divination that she's not supposed to be doing. I mean, have you actually read the Bible? You should be, you know full well you're not supposed to be doing that, but you would rather see if you can bend the rules somehow. It's all about, oh, well, let me see if I can get away with bending the rules. And this is the thing, like I'm at the point now where it's like, well, if I could put you to good use, if I could actually, get you to do something good, something useful, the fact is that you're either going to be a problem or you're not going to be a problem. And that's kind of how, I can go that way about it. I can go that way about it and be like, well, if you want to be a benefit, and actually do something good, then, perhaps I'll be willing to allow that thing. But, it doesn't seem to be going, I'm not, well, the fact is that if this thing keeps creating problems for me, if I look at a person and I think all they're doing, if all they're doing is creating problems for me, well, I'm gonna want to put a stop to it, and that's it. Right? You have a problem or you don't. I'm simply figuring this out as I go along. I need to do a video about tarot cards, explaining in depth every single card, and the explanations that no one else will ever give. Right? Like, why was the card made that way? Why is it a problem? And what's the bad magic about the card? Because the whole point of tarot cards is all about siphoning energy from God, me. It's all about creating confusion. But if you really understand very well how the cards work and why they were designed the way that they were, then that sort of eliminates a lot of problems. But yeah. But I listen to a lot of tarot readers, and they will just talk any old shit. They'll invent all kinds of new meanings for the card on the spot. Take for example Salvatore from Chosen 144. His tarot readings are just totally bonkers. He'll pick up a card like Ace of Pentacles or something like that. He'll pick up any card, and he'll have some crazy interpretation of that card. You'll have a whole story for that card, and it's like, well, that's one card. If you want a proper message from spirit using the cards, then you're gonna have to shuffle at least 10, 20, 30 cards and sit there and look at it for probably an hour before you'll actually figure out what it's talking about. As an example, you have to sit and look at it and figure out exactly what it's talking about. Sometimes the answer is very obvious, and sometimes the answer is not obvious. Sometimes you have to spend a very long time, and you have to do lots of confirmations and all sorts of, and even then you might not understand what it means. But people want to say, oh, but I have an interpretation. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. People pick up on my energy, so they're talking about me. I'm the one in this body. I'm the one looking through my eyeballs. I'm the one listening through my ears. Yeah, I don't, I'm the center. I'm what it's all about. All these tarot readings that people do, it's all about me. It's all so it all revolves around me. Yeah. So, what else did I want to talk about? I mean, another thing I should probably mention is, again, obviously they're all, people. There's these people who come across in boats. They're called migrants. My name is Grant, and obviously, migrants. They're being put in hotels. Yeah, like I explained with Aaliyah Dana Houghton, right? She's a hoe, and she tells, right? She's the enemy. Yeah, she's the hoe that likes to tell and talk shit about me. To a bunch of people who like to listen to it and like to talk about it all day long and record videos and put them on YouTube. Her version of the facts, which is they're not facts, they're lies. She wants, because of her name, her name's Aliyah, Lee, L-I, ho, as in whore, and Lee, ho, Lee, ho, Lee. Yeah, do you see how that trick works? Lee, ho, Lee, ho, Lee, ho, Lee, ho, Lee. I mean, the thing is those, all these people who come across on boats, they're coming from countries where, there are people who aren't Christians, and, there's jealousy, there's anger, there's bitterness, there's um, hatred. I mean, the fact is that, if I'm God and if people don't love me, my response to them is, well, fuck off then. Go to hell. Because I don't like you. Because you don't like me. You don't love me. I don't love you. Piss off. Um, yeah. I mean, the thing is that I'm the solution to all these problems. Whether it's, whether it's white people or black people, I'm the solution to everybody. White people who've forgotten about me and don't care about me, they want to whinge and moan that their country is not what it used to be anymore. Oh no, we don't, our country's getting ruined, it's falling apart, it's, there's all these people who want to come take it from us and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, whose fault's that then? Huh? Whose fault is that? Um, you either love God or you don't. If you don't love God, well, you're going to lose everything. And if you worship false gods, you're going to lose everything. The way the world is at the moment, it's conflict, it's chaos, it's misery and misery and misery and misery and fighting and war and poverty and corruption. The only way to stop it is me, whether you like it or not. So people either do something about it or they don't. So let's do a tarot reading. What do we want to talk about? The Empress, Two of Swords, Page of Cups, Nine of Wands, Six of Pentacles. Ten of Swords. Ace of Wands. Temperance. Judgment. So, what's this talking about? Well, like I said, the ghost of Aaliyah Dana Howe is on the front of me. She was Mary, and she wants to block me. And that is the spirit of the world. That is the spirit of the world. The world wants to block me. I mean, imagine you were in your car and you were on a journey and you were trying to get to your destination, but you're on your way to your destination and then there's a roadblock and it's like, no, this road's closed. So you got to find another way. Oh, and that road is closed. And you try another road and it's like, no, this road's closed as well. And every road you try is closed. And then you find out that you've been ring fenced and you can't get anywhere because everyone wants to block you. Well, that's what it's like to be me, God, in this world. So, the Empress, Two of Swords. The Two of Swords card, okay, so, 2 is the number of the High Priestess. And also, well, the Magician is number 1, although if you count the Fool card, which is number 0, then actually the Magician is number 2. And the High Priestess is number 3. And then the Empress is number 4. And then the Emperor is number 5. And then the Hierophant's number 6. And then the Lovers is number 7, and so on. And then the Chariot's number 8, of course. Oh, yeah. So, I ate a chariot for my dinner last night. Oh, yeah. That's right. Yeah. Drive through. Oh, yeah. But anyway, the Empress, and then we've got the Two of Swords. She's got a blindfold on. She's got her arms in an X shape. Okay, so X can mean like ex-girlfriend, ex-boyfriend, ex-wife, ex-husband. It could mean ex-friend, or it could mean Christ, because X is substituted for the word Christ in Christmas, as an example. Yeah, so X can mean Christ. And that's why, the Wheel of Fortune it has the Roman numeral X. So everyone wants to fight over the Wheel of Fortune, like, oh, I'm the X, oh, X, this, X, that, right? Because, everyone sleeps around or has ex-friends or, ex-boyfriend, ex-girlfriend, ex-husband, ex-wife, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, and then you want to celebrate Christmas and be like, oh, yeah, happy Xmas, Merry Xmas. Oh, yeah, like you don't know what X means. Right, yeah, and then we all want to fight about the Wheel of Fortune. Oh, who does it belong to? Who's X then, huh? So you see how she's wearing a blindfold, and then behind her is the sea. Sea, yeah, with, S-E-A it sounds the same as the word S-E-E, sea. Yeah. Yeah, that's the magic of the card. It's about blocking. She's blindfolded herself and she has her back to the sea. So this is the thing, right? This is what we see in the world at the moment. It's like people who understand truth, someone who wants to speak the truth, someone who actually has truth. And then there'll be people who argue with that and they're like, I don't see what you're talking about. I'm going to turn my back to you because I don't like you. Well, this is what, this is how this is the spirit of the world, right? It disagrees with me and says, nope, I don't see what you're talking about. I'm turning my back to you. I'm going to block you. I'm not going to acknowledge you. I'm not going to help you. I'm just going to try to block you. You know, they want this stalemate, this argument. Page of Cups. Well, a Page of Cups is someone who is, well, the best way the best keyword for this card is asshole, in the sense that this person is not a nice person. Nine of Wands, so carrying on, the bandaged head is like, well, it's almost a very it's like an exhausted, you've been through the battle, got the battle scar, and carrying on. Keep going. And then there's the Six of Pentacles, there's this sharing, there's this giving, it's obviously money that's being handed to these beggars. But, if I share something on Facebook, that's Six of Pentacles. If I share something on YouTube, it's Six of Pentacles. I'm sharing, giving out, handing stuff out, sending things out. That can be the Six of Pentacles. Obviously, it could, that's probably, that's quite, that's often what what this card is talking about when people share things online. And then we got the Ten of Swords, which is, backstabbing and betrayal. Okay, so, it's, this is backstabbing. So, Ten of Swords. This, this is what's so horrible about this card. The ultimate truth. What is the ultimate truth? Oh, what does the Tower say? Oh, it's all about backstabbing. It's about murder. I mean, look, literally, the guy's been stabbed 10 times in the back. He's dead. I mean, it looks like it's a man, but, it could be a woman maybe, but, this person is dead. I'm a Scorpio, so I'm associated with the Death card. Oh, look, here's a dead person. This is the maximum, this is the highest number. And this is associated with the Sword, the truth. Truth, communication, logic, dead person, betrayed, backstabbed. The title of this card in the Thoth deck is Ruin. Ruin. The whole point of it, it's all about trying to destroy me, God. It's like, oh, wait, when God comes back, let's have all these magic cards so we can siphon his energy, keep him trapped, and kill him. Destroy him. Ruin him. That's what it's all about. You see, people, this is like a weapon that is this is like the tarot deck. It's like a weapon that is designed to attack God. Okay? So some, people work together to create a weapon capable of destroying God with magic. But the thing is, because I'm God, you see, I always have a way out. I always have like a backdoor magic trick to get out of these things. Because I control the light and I control the darkness. That's the thing. So even when people are trying to do really horrible, evil things to me, they think that they're smart. They think that what they're doing is clever. But the whole time they were actually just being controlled by me. They were actually being led, and they're the ones who are being tricked. So after the Ten of Swords, we got the Ace of Wands. So the betrayal, the backstabbing, the Ace of Wands, and the Temperance. So what is the Temperance? Well, Archangel Michael, he's actually here behind me. He's with me. He is Michael Jackson. People lied about him. He was attacked by horrible people. And obviously he had his struggles. But the Temperance card, it's a Sagittarius card. It's about my ex-girlfriend Anya. She was a Sagittarius. I was in a relationship with her 14 years ago. The Temperance card is about, people say it's about balance. But it's about alchemy. It's about art. Really what it's, when I look at it, my main interpretation of this card is alchemy. It's mixing arts. Go look at Linda Likes Tarot, her channel on YouTube, and then go on the videos. Go look at all her videos, and then maybe you could assort them by popularity, and then just look at the numbers, and then look at all the videos, and see what all the kind of, and you can see how, whenever you see a 2 or a 4, count and look at how everything is like a web of interconnecting. It's like a cauldron. It's a pot of art being stirred together. It's witchcraft, is what it is. So people are trying to attack me with magic art, just putting out videos with dumb video titles like, "Ooh, the truth is coming out," and just talking a load of bullshit. There's no truth actually in the video; it's just a bunch of rubbish. But people making all sorts of stupid claims, talking all sorts of crap, and all they want to do is stir the pot and talk a load of rubbish and keep trying to delay the inevitable. And this is the thing. I'm God. I've been here for 38 years. People have been trying to block me and keep me stuck and trying to attack me with magic. They're spying on me. All these people are talking about me. Yeah, it's all about delaying the inevitable. That's all it's been about. Judgment Day. It's all about delaying that inevitable day of judgment. That's all it's ever about. And, if you want to keep trying to delay me, well, you're going to have to pay. You'll pay dearly for it. You really will. Yeah, there'll be a very heavy price for that. And if you're going to try to help me, if you're going to try and change the, be like, "Oh, well, I'll help you a bit," give me some advice like, "Oh, go make yourself a money jar or something," or or go clean your house or something like that, or yeah, you just need to go down the gym, get a bit of exercise, and quit smoking, and yeah, and maybe things will get better in the future. That is I ain't buying that. I ain't buying that. I mean, imagine God comes back, which is the case, but God comes back and the second coming of Jesus Christ, and you're just going to say to him, "Oh, go make yourself a money jar," or "Go down the gym, you're looking a bit overweight, mate. Yeah, you just need to take a chill pill, go relax, go do something else." I mean, this is literally the situation. People are just trying to talk me out, try to talk me away. Like, oh, off you go, God, off you go, do something else. Um, Thinking that I will just wander off and never bother them again. I mean, obviously, yeah, I have things I've got to do. But don't try to offer me something which is dumb, or don't try to, it's not, something that is ridiculous or not good enough. Don't try to, you know, you know, don't talk a load of shit to me, is what I'm saying. I have expectations that should be met, and if you're going to try and pretend that you're doing something when you're really not, you're actually just trying to fob me off. I'm not going to buy that bullshit. Okay, be warned. I'm not falling for that bullshit. I don't have patience with people anymore. Okay, I've been patient for a very, very long time. um I've got to go do what I have to do. um and no doubt, I'll come back after I've done all these things, and I'll be looking at all these readings of people talking shit about, me cleaning the kitchens, or kitchen, people, I mean, people would be talking all kinds of crap about things I've been doing around the house, or getting my car sorted, or this, that, or the other. People will be talking all kinds of shit about it, obviously. That's how it goes. But yeah. Yeah. Anyways, look, I really need to go for a pee. I'm going to pause the video, but I'm not sure if I'll be quick enough. So, yeah, this might be the end of the video. But I'll pause it anyway, so if I make it back in time, I'll carry on with the video. But if not, bye bye. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, yeah, that. A bit tired now. Yeah, I had a cup of coffee, and I had a large cup of coffee and a large cup of tea. And yeah, it sort of caught me off guard at the last second. Really had to go. Yeah. Whew. Got my got a Jesus crab on here. Look, I've got a Jesus crab t-shirt. I don't know if you can see. Oh. He's got claws. Is it a Futurama? I think it might be like something to do with Futurama. I don't know, maybe. Some random t-shirt I found. Got hundreds and hundreds of t-shirts. Anyway, what more can I say? Paul, he puts out all these videos talking in riddles. Yeah, he loves to talk in riddles. It's hilarious though, isn't it? That film, the Batman film, with Paul Dano as the Riddler. Yeah. What a strange coincidence, huh? Yeah. Paul Dano. Yeah, I mean, I've not read many books in my life. I spent most of my life playing computer games, watching movies, or clubbing, or partying, or watching, I never really spent a lot of time reading books, and my vocabulary would be a lot better. My vocabulary would be a lot better if I read more books, and I would have a more I would speak. I would have I would have much better talking skills than I do currently. I couldn't even tell you the last time I read a book, like from cover to cover, a long time ago. So yeah, I simply don't have time for it. Too busy dealing with a world of people constantly trying to create problems and nonsense for me. So yeah. Mm. And that's the thing, when I read a book, magic happens. Yeah, because you know what the word red means, don't you? Have you noticed how there's all these Freemasons, they like to dress up in red. Red this, red that, even Paul himself on Dove and Serpent, today he's all dressed in red. Or was it yet? Well, he recorded it yesterday, probably. Yeah, he records it the day before. Yeah. I would do a live stream if on YouTube, if but the thing is, I don't have enough subscribers, and people don't want to get me there. People really don't want to get me there. So yeah. I mean, if I had a couple thousand subscribers, I would do a live stream. If people wanted me to. But honestly, I don't feel like I have. That's the thing, most people who watch me and follow me and spy on me, most people hate me. It seems. I don't really feel love for anybody, really. I don't feel like, no one ever reaches out to message me like, oh, hey, like, how's it going? I've never had, I don't get people on Facebook Messenger saying, oh, hey, Grant, how you doing? Never. I mean, that never happens. It's been years and years and years. Like, people just don't have any interest in trying to have a conversation with me or anything. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, I know I don't have the comments on my yeah, because I don't like people, because people will start posting, they will start commenting, and they'll start saying all kinds of crap, and they will try, demons will try to insert their words in order to to make it it's all, they'll try to make it a magic battle. Obviously I like to keep things simplified. If I'm trying to create um a magic art, if I'm putting building blocks together, and people are going to come and interfere with that and try to insert their evil words in there to try to try to, yeah, I mean, imagine you're doing a painting and someone comes along and starts scribbling all over it. I'm not gonna want that. I'm not opposed to people communicating with me, as long as, but if it's going to be nasty, and if people are going to be nasty and rude and uncivilized, then I'm not going to deal with that. If people want to have a genuine conversation with me and ask me relevant questions, and actually have it some sort of debate, then I'd be happy to do that. Um, yeah, but it seems to me like people only want to argue and talk a load of shit. I mean, the thing with Paul is that he doesn't want to submit to God. That's the thing. He only wants to put himself first and sit and pretend like he is God. Um, that's it. That's all he wants to do, and anything else is no good to him. So, I just feel like there's really not a lot more I can really say, except repeat myself again and again and again. Um, so at this point now, Tommy Robinson and, there are lots of people, British people, they're unhappy with what's happened. Um, and, with what happened to Henry Nowak. And, there's going to be unrest, there's going to be people arguing and shouting about this and that. And, whatever may happen because of that. And obviously the news is going to talk about that. I looked at Sky News and what were they saying? They were saying, I think it was Keir Starmer, or it was a Labour politician. They were saying that what's happening is completely unacceptable. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, well, okay, so what else is completely unacceptable? Yeah, the way the government runs the country, that all their stupid policies, all their, their treating British people like second class citizens, and and all the crazy, political correctness, is what people call it, don't they? Oh, is that completely acceptable? Is it? You know what I mean? It's label, 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 label. Oh, we'll just label that as completely unacceptable. When why is it completely unacceptable? What, stating the truth is completely this is the thing. We live in a society now where it's like, if you state the truth, oh, that's completely unacceptable. Yeah. Oh, how are you going to prevent me, God, from getting the truth out and saying I'm God? Oh, you just say, oh, that's completely unacceptable. You can't say that. Yeah, I mean, that's what it was like, 2,000 years ago, right? So if someone 2,000 years ago living in Israel, living in Judea, in Jerusalem, if they went around and said, hey, I'm God, people would say, well, that's completely unacceptable. We're going to stone you to death. Or we'll crucify you. I mean, the fact is that, yeah, my life might be difficult. I might have a lot of challenges and people trying to get in my way, people trying to do witchcraft against me, but at the same time, the world is suffering. People are fighting, people are having wars, people are losing their money, they're losing jobs, they're losing their houses, they're losing their kids, their wives, their husbands, like, things are falling apart bit by bit, and it'll get worse. The only way to live in a happy world is with me. Because the world lives off my energy. Like how a baby sucks at a mother's teat, for milk, right? The baby needs the milk. Yeah. The world needs my energy, and you think that you can keep trying to steal it, keep me stuck, keep attacking me with magic and siphoning energy from me through any means, through any way you can think of. Um, and you want to keep playing that game until everyone's dead. So, all I can do is keep warning you to stop doing it and do what you're supposed to do. Put me first, or you don't. You try to put yourself first, and everything will fall apart. I mean, I'll give you some other examples. So there's that channel, Brittany, the intuitive cosmic wifey. Very pretty woman. But you see, the thing about her name, when she says cosmic wifey, what is she saying? She's saying she's God's wife. I don't feel like she's my wife. In fact, she's married to some other guy. So, it's kind of like, well, so, do you know what I mean? There's this confusion. So is she trying to say that she's my wife? Or is she trying to say that her husband is God? Yeah, you see, this is what a lot of women do. This is actually what most people are doing, right? So people who are in marriages, a woman's with a man, and she likes to pretend that he's God. And that is a pattern that is observable again and again and again and again and again. And why would people do that? Oh, it's all to do with manifestation. It's all about getting that money. You see, if you're married to God, then, does that mean you're entitled to everything that belongs to God? You see how that works? Yeah. So, oh, I'm married to God, so therefore I get to have everything that belongs to God. Yeah, the good money, I get to do what I want. I get this, that, and the other. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, that's why people do it. And obviously, because people keep doing that, how does that leave me? Good. What am I left with? What do I have? What's for me then? If everyone else has stolen everything from me, all these people who steal, and then they look back at me and say, "We didn't steal anything from you. You just need to work harder. You're just a loser who doesn't go anything. It's your own fault. We didn't steal anything from you." Hilarious. We don't owe you nothing. Oh yeah. Oh, let's not forget about all the people who speak in double negatives. Oh yeah, yeah. Of course. We don't owe you nothing. Very helpful. Yeah. Sup, homie? Sup, y'all? Hi there. Um, yeah, I just don't understand. Like all these people, so Paul and Linda, you're spying on me and other tarot readers. It's like, well, what do you think I'm doing? Why do you think I'm the center of attention? What made me the center of attention exactly? Linda's trying to suggest that I've made some deal with some demon, and that's what I've got some deal with some demon or something, or people are trying to say I'm abusing my power, this, that, and the other. Oh, right. So the fact that I'm God and I'm very unhappy with what you're doing, oh, that's a bit inconvenient for you, is it? Oh, okay. Better make up some bullshit lies then, huh? I mean, that's all that's happening. It's all you people do is try to deflect, trying to delay the inevitable. I mean, I'm at the point where my life, I mean, almost every single day, I think to myself, you know what? I could just go over to Belgium and, go to one of those places and say, you know what? I'll take one of those injections and off I go. I think about that almost every single day. But the fact is, I've still got fight in me. I've still got um, this ability to keep pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing. I've got money. If I wanted to go on a long holiday, I could go, spend several months in the Maldives if I wanted to. Before, you know what I mean? I got options. I could do various things. Do you know what I mean? I don't have to go to tomorrow or today or tomorrow. You know what I mean? I could, I could just go have some fun first, or do whatever. But the fact is you have to understand this is where I am in my life. Like, I really don't care if I stay or go. I mean, this is literally the point I'm at. And you want to sit and argue with me. Um, I mean, the situation is really bad. The world, people need to make me feel welcome, make me feel like I deserve better. Because if people aren't willing to give me what I deserve, then it's going to be hell on earth. This is the scorched earth policy, because I don't give a shit. Um, I mean, the thing is that, there are all these idiots on YouTube, people who've got 10 million subscribers, 20 million subscribers, 50 million subscribers, hundreds of million. Why do these people deserve so many subscribers? What have they done for the world? Why do they deserve all the fame and fortune? Because they're what, a bunch of clowns? They're a bunch of clowns who laugh like hyena. I mean, KSI, for instance. I mean, that guy's. I'm sure he must have been like a hyena in his past life or something. Um, that's his magic trick. Just laugh until everyone else laughs. I mean, that is, his trick is contagious laughter. And that's made him rich. Yeah. Um, yeah. I mean, and I've got 63 subscribers on YouTube. I mean, yeah, I know my video quality could be better, obviously. Um, but there are plenty of channels of people who would just, get an iPad, get an iPhone, or, they get their tablet out or their smartphone and they'll just sit and talk shit. They'll talk about whatever they want to talk about, and they'll get thousands of subscribers, tens of thousands of subscribers, sometimes hundreds of thousands of subscribers. And they don't have a professional setup. They don't have ring lights. They don't have expensive cameras. They don't have whole studio setups. They're listened to because of what they talk about. I'm God, and people want to say that what I'm talking about isn't important. Yet you all want to talk shit about me all day long, doing tarot readings, talking about me, mixing my story with other people. How often do I click on a reading that isn't my astrological zodiac. It's not my birth sun sign. It's not my sun sign. I'm a Scorpio, but I'll click on someone else's reading and it's my story. And it's like, well, you're simply just saying that my story is someone else's. That's what you're doing. And then when it comes to me, like quite often people will try to switch someone else's story for mine. They'll give the good bits of my story to someone else, and then they'll try to give me the shitty end of the stick. Yeah, and obviously there's lots of different people, and inventing all sorts of crap stories about me. They don't interpret the cards properly. I mean, the thing is that if you think about, tarot channels, most people, they want to hear good stories. They don't want to hear bad things. So, for instance, you have a channel, you do zodiac signs, people will click on your video for a particular zodiac sign. And, it will be, oh, you're a good person. Oh, you got this good thing and this good thing. And, or maybe you got a little problem here, or, but, this is let's be optimistic about this and blah, 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 blah. There's never, oh, you're under judgment because you've been doing all these bad things. Yeah, you've been sleeping around with, you've been spreading STDs. You've been, you're a narcissist. You're a troublemaker. You never hear a tarot reading addressing. You never see a zodiac sign tarot reading ever addressing someone like that, do you? Never. You never see that, really, do you? That is because, well, why? Well, because people want to make money. Because if someone clicks on a tarot reading and then they get told something like, oh, by the way, you're a really bad person. Yeah, I think God's not very happy with you, by the way. Look at all this bad shit you've been doing. That's your story, Mr. Zodiac sign. Or Mrs. Zodiac sign. Yeah. Yeah, people won't like that, will they? They'll click the dislike button. They'll put in the comment section, I don't like this, blah, 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 blah. This doesn't resonate with me. I don't claim this. Yeah, you won't get that because people don't want to hear that. Yeah, well, it's tough shit, isn't it? I mean, people always want to twist it. They always want to make it sound good. And that's the thing, right? If you're always twisting it to make it sound good for that particular reading, and then you do all 12 signs, and you're basically saying, oh yeah, you're the good one, 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 you're the good one. Yeah, and then, so who's the bad one then? Who's the bad guy? Or who's the bad girl? Who's the bad man, bad woman? Where's the, who, do you know what I mean? You just want to sit there and pretend like everyone's good while talking a load of shit, deflecting information that people won't like, twisting it. Yeah, it's no good. It doesn't. Who does it help? Yeah, it helps you and your bank account balance. That's what it helps. Yeah. You want to use spirit. You want to use divination. and you want to make a living doing that, and you're antichrist, you're anti you're the opposite of my spirit. You're against my spirit. You are simply inventing stories over the top of cards that you never interpret correctly. And you just tell people what you think they want to hear. So they'll click subscribe and they'll like and they'll send you a tip. Or maybe book a personal reading. So how are we going to get out of this mess, huh? I've given you options. There's only really one option. It's either you acknowledge who I am or you don't. You either work with me, you don't. But if you think that some tiny, like don't test my patience. Don't test my patience is my advice. Because I will keep pushing. Because if I think, what you might think you're doing something for me, but in reality, you're doing nothing for me, or you're not doing enough. You're simply trying to fob me off with a load of rubbish, and I won't buy it. I'm not going to be satisfied. So, the other option is, start having a conversation with me. Send me a message, say hello. Stop hiding in the shadows. Have a conversation with me and we can get to know one another through direct messages. Yeah, instant, just, yeah. Or if you just want to chance it and see what happens, well, it's your, that's, if you want to take that gamble, that's your choice. But I don't think you're taking a big risk if you think you can just fob me off with something that isn't going to satisfy me, and then taking a gamble, thinking you're just going to carry on doing what you've always been doing, which is doing wrong, doing something that you weren't supposed to be doing in the first place, and then you're not doing anything to satisfy me that you're actually going to work with me or help me or do what's, yeah. There's no, there needs to be a clear way forward. Telling me to go and make a money jar isn't going to cut it. Yeah. So, do one more reading. Yeah? Why not? Okay. So, what do we want to talk about? The Tower. The Hermit. Ace of Swords. strength, death, temperance, Four of Cups, King of Wands, Knight of Wands, Ten of Pentacles, Ten of Wands. Okay. Okay, let's have a look at this. So the Tower. So obviously, you know, the Tower is destruction, it's chaos. Also, you know, obviously my Facebook page, I've got 109,000 posts on my Facebook page. You know, it's like a very, very large tower. Ace of, oh, the Hermit, yeah. So my moon sign is Virgo. And Aaliyah Dana Houghton, her butt's on my face. Her moon sign is Virgo as well. And obviously he's called the Her It, right? So it's like he's like her butt, right? Her It, because the M looks like a butt. But yeah, the Tower, the Hermit, Ace of Swords. So obviously, you know, I've spoken about the fact that chaos and destruction will happen as a result of me not getting what I need, what I ask for. Okay. And obviously the next card, we got the Strength card. Okay. So obviously, you know, this card is, you know, it can mean various things, but you know, obviously my strength is that, right? My strength is the fact that if I don't get what I want, I get to destroy everything. So the only way to stop things getting destroyed is to help me, to give me what I want, to make me happy, okay? Because I'm God living in a world that is feeding off my misery, yeah, is trying to manifest off of my misery, then why should I, God, allow a world of people to live off my misery? You know, should I not just destroy everything instead? Does that not make complete sense? Yeah, I think it does, yeah. So strength, death. I'm a Scorpio. That, you know, I'm the Grim Reaper, right? And obviously Archangel Michael is with me. Okay? So strength, death, Archangel Michael, Michael Jackson. Okay? Archangel Michael is the leader of God's army. Okay? And we got the Four of Cups here. So, Four of Cups. Well, this is the thing. Who is number 4 in the major arcana? The Emperor. Okay? So, you know, this is the thing. I'm God. I'm the fountain of living waters. So this is what the tarot deck says is the Four of Cups. Well, there's this cloud that's trying to offer this water to someone who doesn't want it. Okay, they're like, no, and this is what I keep posting on Facebook, I keep posting on YouTube, and people want to be this guy. They want to be the guy who's like, nope, I don't want that. Nope, I don't want that. Nope, I don't want that. Go away, go away, go away, God. We don't want anything to do with your cup. Yeah, because they'd rather have the 3 of Cups instead of the extra cup. Yeah, it's all about the Empress, isn't it? So we got the 4 of Cups, and we got the King of Wands, Knight of Wands, 10 of Pentacles, 10 of Wands. So, you know, obviously most people would say that's money. Yeah, but obviously these can be people. 10 of Pentacles can be people. So if I look at a woman, I think, wow, she's a 10 out of 10. I bet she's got a really nice ass. Yeah, she's, and there's, maybe there's 10 of them as well. There's 10 and there's 10 women. They're all 10, they're 10 out of 10 women, right? They've all got nice butts. Yeah, we've got the 10 of Wands. That's sex magic. It's, and then we got the Hierophant card. Yeah. Taurus. Yeah. Well, a lot of women, they like to get their sphincters torn. That's what turns them on. And then we got the 10 of Swords. Yeah. Major backstabbing. Yeah. The ultimate truth. 10 of Cups. Knight of Cups. 2 of Swords. The Devil. So, this is the thing. This is what my revenge is. My vengeance is, yeah, there's, there are people, they've been blocking me, and they have caused me, they've been feeding off of my misery. That's what they've been doing. They've been happy while I've been miserable. And they've been feeding off of my misery. Literally, that is what they've been doing. Siphoning my energy while I'm having a miserable, horrible time. And so, if I see a woman that I like and I feel like she owes me something, then, if she wants to even things out with me, then there is the opportunity to do it. Yeah? There's the opportunity to put things right. Even things out. That's what this reading is talking about. Okay? So the Tower, the Hermit, Ace of Swords, Strength, Death, Temperance, Archangel Michael, 4 of Cups, King of Wands. So this is the thing, right? Because I'm the Emperor. The 4 of Cups is the energy I'm supposed to be in. I'm supposed, people are supposed to put me first, and I'm supposed to put me first. It's really that simple. And I'm supposed to have sex. Lots of sex. I mean, if you think about, if you go back to the Old Testament and you read about, for instance, King David or King Solomon, how many wives did they have? Yeah? Well, I'm God. I'm supposed to be living that lifestyle. I'm supposed to live a life of, surrounded by golden furniture and lots of beautiful women, having all the money that I want, living in a nice palace. That's the life that I'm supposed to be living. But obviously people don't want me to be living that life. I mean, the fact is, my biological dad, his name is Charlie. You might have noticed that the king in this country, the United Kingdom, the guy who is the current reigning monarch, supposedly, according to most people, is King Charles III. And that guy who died in prison, what was his name? Oh yeah, Charles Manson. That's right, Charles Manson. Oh, you remember he used to have that swastika on his forehead. Yeah. Charles Manson. Yeah. King Charles III, he was born the 14th of November, which year I don't remember, but the 14th of November is the day I was born, the 14th of November 1987. So yeah, so we got the Ten of Wands, we got the Hierophant, we got the Ten of Swords, the Ten of Cups, the Knight of Cups, the Two of Swords, the Devil. So, you know, this is about me getting even. This is what it's about, right? People have tried to ruin my life, and they've tried to deprive me of things that they have enjoyed. You know, people have followed after their lustful desires, and that's what I'm meant to be doing. It's putting things right. It's even, making things even. People can either help me get there or don't bother. You know, I shouldn't have to explain what will happen to you if you choose not to bother. I mean, I think that should be fairly obvious. It won't be good. So, what more can I say? Should do a reading for Paul. Only Paul. Come on, so let's do a tarot reading for Paul from Dove and Serpent Tarot. Okay. Oh, we had the King of Swords on the bottom of the deck there from the last reading. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Anyways, let me just see if I can light the cigarette. I'm very low on gas. My lighter needs refilling. Okay, let's do a reading for Paul, the tarot reader from Dove and Serpent Tarot. Okay, Eight of Pentacles. Ace of Cups. Nine of Pentacles. Eight of Swords. The Tower. King of Swords. Okay, so what do I get from this? So we got Eight of Pentacles, Ace of Cups, and then Nine of Pentacles, Eight of Swords, the Tower, King of Swords. So, dedication to craft. So, Ace of Cups is about new feelings. So, Paul, he makes these readings where he takes the cards out and he puts his own story on the cards. And you know how he likes to talk about being a magic maker. Magic makers, magic maker. What's he really? See, this is the thing. And this is what people, this is what most tarot readers do. In fact, it's almost all tarot readers. That's where some people have better intentions, but Paul's intentions are, well, if I don't like the cards, I will simply explain it away. I will simply try to make a more optimistic interpretation of what those cards are. I will bend the rules and create a different story, explain away the card sort of thing. Focus on what I like and what I don't like. Let's try to explain that away and call that being a magic maker. Yeah, that's Paul. That's what Paul does. So dedication to craft, Eight of Pentacles. This guy, he's chiseling away. Yeah, he's dedicated to his craft. Yeah, and these new feelings, Ace of Cups, and obviously his channel is called Dove and Serpent, and obviously right there, there you've got the dove, and obviously his wife, who I'm pretty sure he's separated from now. Her name, she has a channel called Ula Tea Leaf Readings. And if you watch Dove and Serpent Tarot, you'll see he almost always has a cup of tea in his readings, which he will. So the tea, what does the tea mean? So, if someone does a reading and say, oh, what's the tea on this? Or what's the tea on that? The tea is, when people say it like that, what they're talking about is, what is the information? But obviously, it was Jesus who was crucified on a T, because the crucifix is T, the crucifix that Jesus was hung on is T shaped. So that's why, people do tea leaf readings and there's all this tea magic happening. So, this is what Paul does, right? So he does reading. When he does his readings, he spills the tea, right? He talks the information, he talks his bullshit. And then at the end of his reading, he'll pick up his cup of tea and he'll drink it. Yeah, because he wants it's a magic thing he's doing. It's about trying to, that's him being an energy vampire, right? That's just him. That's just one of his little magic tricks. Okay. So we've got this dedication to craft. We've got the Ace of Cups, new feelings, or, doing his teacup magic. And then we got the Nine of Pentacles. Nine of Pentacles, Eight of Swords. So, here's this person who's, is probably independently wealthy on their own, maybe. It says about me. So, this is me. And then there's this Eight of Swords. So, it's talking shit. I mean, the sword is to do with logic and communication. And 8, well, if you looked at a pile of shit, right? If you took a crap on the floor, for instance, or in a toilet, and then you turn around and you had a look at it, and you say, oh, look, that's what I ate. Yeah, so the 8 of Swords. So it's talking shit, thinking with you got a head full of shit, right? Shit for brains. Yeah, talking shit all day long. Yeah. And it's called, because if you talk a load of shit about someone, right, then you're telling a bunch of lies about them. You're trying to bind them with a bunch of lies. And that's exactly what you're trying to do to me. Right? And then we got the Tower, King of Swords. So dedication to craft. So you're this is the thing. Paul, you are dedicated to talking a load of shit about me. You're dedicated to talking a load of shit about me, and you're trying to create chaos and destruction in my life. You are trying to create problems for me. And obviously, I have to do what I have to do in order to prevent you from creating problems in my life. You want to create problems in my life, I'll create problems in yours. Plain and simple. Okay, well, maybe I'll smoke that later. Yeah, I'm not done with this reading. So I've got these cards. I'll tell you what. I've got some other decks here. So I got the Oracle of the Radiant Sun. Should I use this one? Okay. So should I hold it like that? Okay. So I got the cards. Okay. So pull from Dove and Serpent Tarot. Let's get some Oracle of the Radiant Sun cards for you, okay? See what we got here. Are you entertained? This is for entertainment purposes only. Isn't that fucking hilarious? Isn't that hilarious how, people have to say that they put a disclaimer, oh, it's for entertainment purposes only. But, if you're entertained by destroying some other person's life, oh, is that okay? Is that? Interesting, that, isn't it? Anyways, we got impulsiveness. Impulsiveness. Oh, drop the card. What's that? Negotiation. So this is the thing, right? Because you want to sit and try to negotiate with me. You want to test my boundaries. You want to try to hold on to, you want to keep doing what you're doing and try to keep me at a distance. And you want to try to sit and try to negotiate with me, thinking that you can talk your way out of this. Yeah, that's what you're thinking. And then we got independence. Yeah. And then we got resourcefulness. Let me get one more card. Isolation. Resourcefulness and isolation. So this is the thing, right? Because you want to be separate from me, God. That's the thing. You want to do your own thing. You don't want to acknowledge that I'm God. You simply want to say, you Grant over there, you do your thing, and me, Paul, over here, I'll do what I want to do. And let's not you don't want me to ruin your little party, basically. Yeah. Should I get some more cards from here? Or is that enough? Okay, so that's enough. All right. So, got those cards. Okay, let's start another tarot reading. Yeah, okay. So, another tarot reading for Paul from Dove and Serpent Tarot, or so he calls it. You should call it Drove and Serpent Area. Isn't it interesting how the word dove is in the word drove? Yeah. Anyways, Paul, let's get some more cards for you. Okay, so we got Justice. Oh, I kind of just, I don't want those. Should I keep them? Or should I put them back in the deck? Put them back in the deck. Okay, yeah, I just dropped 3 cards. I was just being very clumsy. So we've got the Justice card. Okay. Well, I've got a whole bunch of cards here. Okay. So we've got Justice, Page of Wands, 8 of Cups, 3 of Swords, 4 of Wands. Temperance, the Hanged Man, King of Cups. Okay, and we've got 7 of Wands on the bottom. So, what do I get from this? We got the Justice. So, law, something to do with law, justice. Page of Wands. 8 of Cups. So, and then we got the 3 of Swords. So disappointment, heartbreak, and then we've got the 4 of Wands. I mean, that to me is like, well, Paul, your, justice is that you, the Page of Wands, disappointed, walking away, disappointed, heartbroken, grief, unhappiness. That's justice. I mean, why is that justice? Well, because I'm God and you've been making a living trying to ruin my life. If you don't feel any regret for what you've done and you just want to carry on doing the same that you've been doing for the last 4 or 5 years or however long it's been, you want to carry on doing, if you think you can keep trying to hurt me, well, it could be a lot worse. You have to give it up. You have to stop trying to hurt me. What that means exactly, well, what is it you need to do? Well, the thing is, I don't think you're, what are you doing to help me? Nothing. Zilch. Absolutely nothing. You're trying to harm me. You're trying to attack me with magic. You're just talking a bunch of shit. You're not trying to get me out of the mess that you've put me in. You think you can leave me in a pile of, you can try to make my life hell, and then not take it, you don't want to take any accountability for that. You just want to say it's my problem, not yours. What's your solution, Paul? What would you like to do about this? Any ideas? I mean, the fact is that you know I'm open to suggestions if you have any good suggestions. If you want to make a nice offer of some kind, I'll happily listen. But I have my doubts. Yeah, totally. And then we got the Four of Wands. So, what does this really mean? The Four of Wands. Happy home, community, something to do with community. Temperance, the Hanged Man, King of Cups. So I don't know exactly what that's pointing to. I mean, obviously, I don't know your address. I don't know exactly where you live. It's somewhere in Minnesota. Yeah, something. Yeah, Minnesota somewhere, isn't it? But this is the thing. These four cards. Well, society, place, and then there's the Sagittarius card. Well, that's number 14, and this is number 12, and my house is number 12, and so on my side of the street are the even numbers, right? So there's 12, there's 14, there's 16, there's 18, there's 20, and so on. Yeah, and on the other side of the street are the odd numbers. Yeah, and so there's a lot of people doing magic. Yeah, trying to say I'm someone else. There's people doing magic, house number magic. Yeah, trying to switch things around. And then we got the King of Cups. So, Justice, Page of Wands, 8 of Cups, Three of Swords, Four of Wands, So I think this is really about, Paul, you're going to have to disappoint your community of fans, your subscribers. You're going to have to tell them what they probably don't want to hear. Yeah, they don't want to hear that, if you were to make a video saying, magic makers, I have some news for you lot. Yeah, God's turned up, and he wants to let you know he's here, sort of thing. Yeah. Yeah. I think a lot of them aren't going to like that, are they? Yeah, and that's what you're afraid of. So, well, you either do that and deal with it. You've got to make the bold move and do it. And yeah, that will mean that, that will, it will make some people angry. But, the thing is, if there's going to be a future, if you want a future, then this is how you're going to have to do it. If you actually can do something useful with your channel or channels, you might have a lot more subscribers in the future if you're actually prepared to do what needs to be done. But if you're just going to keep on playing stupid games with me, then it will end badly for you. So, this is about balancing things out. That's what this card is about. It's about balancing things out. Yeah. I'm God. I was crucified. I allowed myself to be crucified for your benefit. And, you've had a long time, you've had a lot of opportunities, and I've had enough of your bullshit. Okay? One more reading for you, Paul. King of Pentacles. Yeah, King of Pentacles. King of Swords. The High Priestess. Four of Pentacles. Oh, that's too many cards. All right, let me give this a proper shuffle. Oh, on my leg. Ow. Okay. Pull. Okay, Six of Pentacles. Judgment. So, King of Pentacles, King of Swords. The High Priestess. So you're saying that Paul is my High Priestess? King of Pentacles, King of Swords, the High Priestess. Four of Pentacles. Six of Pentacles. Six of Pentacles, Judgment. All right, let me just get some more cards here. Two of Swords. Seven of Pentacles, Nine of Swords, Knight of Swords, Two of Cups, Page of Swords, Four of Swords, Ten of Swords, the World, Eight of Wands, Five of Cups, Page of Cups. All right, let me have a look at this. Give me a second. Let me just... Oh, give me some... All right, give me... All right, do this reading first. All right. So, here we go. King of Pentacles, King of Swords, the High Priestess, Four of Pentacles, Six of Pentacles, Judgment, Two of Swords, Seven of Pentacles, Nine of Swords, Knight of Swords, Two of Cups, Page of Swords, Four of Swords, Ten of Swords, the World, Eight of Wands, Five of Cups, Page of Cups. Ooh, let me get a couple more cards there, actually. And then we got the Lovers, ooh, Three of Swords, and then we got Justice, Seven of Wands, the Star, Eight of Swords, Five of Swords, Queen of Cups. Last card. Yeah, okay. And then we got the Three of Pentacles on the bottom. Okay. Give me a second here. In fact, look, I'm going to get some gas from my lighter. I'll be back in a second. Okay, I'm back. Okay. So, King of Pentacles, King of Swords, the High Priestess, Four of Pentacles, Six of Pentacles, Judgment, Two of Swords, Seven of Pentacles, Nine of Swords. So, yeah, I'm a little bit confused what this is trying to say. I mean, Paul, obviously you have a certain amount of money. Also, I have a certain amount of money as well. King of Pentacles. So yeah, King of Pentacles, King of Swords, the High Priestess. I mean, this thing, the High Priestess can literally mean my poo, because it's literally a number 2. I mean, that's literally what the magic is. It's shit for brains magic. It's 8 of Swords, right? It's what I ate, and it's people, their intuition, right? The intuition is literally the crap that is to come out, that still has to come out of my butt, right? Intuition. Okay, it's magic. Okay, but this is the High Priestess, or I could be talking about a woman, one or the other. But King of Pentacles, King of Swords, the High Priestess, Four of Pentacles. So this is holding on to possessing, Four of Pentacles. Well, that's the thing. I am the Four of Pentacles. I'm the Emperor. I'm God. My body is the Four of Pentacles, basically. But King of Pentacles, King of Swords, the High Priestess, Four of Pentacles, Six of Pentacles, Judgment. So, I read this as, your intuition about me. So you're the King of Pentacles, right? And then you are, I'm the King of Swords. You're using your intuition about me. And your intuition, you want to, your intuition is, well, that's the thing. You act like a Four of Pentacles because you want to possess, you want to hold on to stuff. I mean, I already explained this in another video. I said that, the magic of this card is, this is about possessing and holding on to money and holding on to things. And, the thing is, I am the Four of Pentacles. So when you're trying to possess and hold on to things, what you're trying to do is you're using a magic thing to, you're trying to be like me. So, this is why people become, they want to hold on to things and hoard money and stuff, because there's a magic power to it. But then there's the Four of Pentacles, right? And then there's the Six of Pentacles. You're sharing stuff on YouTube and Patreon or whatever. And then your judgment. So whatever your judgment is, right? You're making judgment about me, right? And then there's this blocking. You're blind. You've got your back turned to me. You're trying to create a stalemate. You're trying to get in my way. So Judgment, Two of Swords, Seven of Pentacles. That's what you're doing, yeah? Isn't it interesting how, you're a Cancerian, you're associated with the Chariot, And obviously the Seven of Pentacles. Well, the title of that in the Thoth deck is Failure, which is rather interesting. Yeah. Anyway, but you're working, and there's this Nine of Swords. So there's this, it's cruelty, isn't it? It's cruelty. I mean, obviously the Hermit is number 9. Um, this is about, you're being cruel to me. I'm God, and you want to be cruel to me. It's crazy. I mean, you were Saint Paul. You were Adolf Hitler. Why do you want to be like this for me? And then we got the Knight of Swords, yeah, because that's what you're, communicating. And then we got the Knight of Swords, Two of Cups. Page of Swords, Four of Swords, Ten of Swords, the World, Eight of Wands, Five of Cups, Page of Cups, the Lovers, Three of Swords, Justice, Seven of Wands, the Star, Eight of Swords, Five of Swords, Queen of Cups. So the thing is that because there's so much confusion in these cards, and this because it's full of sex magic, and I'm sure you're fairly aware of that, Paul, aren't you? These these cards hide sex crimes. Children who are being, young people who are sex trafficked, or people who are sex trafficked. And the thing is that you're not exposing that thing, right? You're not exposing these problems, right? You've never been, you seem to have absolutely no interest in resolving serious problems. In fact, you put out a video on, what was it, Dove and Serpent Daily, and you went into this, you want to, you were talking about this, black ocean with all these lanterns on them, and how, there's this fear, or there's this, this very, dark, bad feelings, and how you feel like, because you've taken on all of this emotions, people's feelings and stuff like that, and it's not for you. You just need to release it and let it go. Well, let's just say you've got a lot of blood on your hands, Paul, and simply just saying, oh well, that's not mine to worry about, I'll release that. That's not good enough. That's really not good enough. You do have blood on your hands. You do. You got yourself into this. You made your decisions to get into this game, didn't you? Into this lifestyle that you chose to get involved with all this divination and magic, and thinking that was a smart idea. Well, you have blood on your hands. Okay? You really do. A lot of bad things have been swept under the rug while you sat there feeling all good about yourself, thinking you're so fucking great. Yeah. Judgment, Two of Swords, Seven of Pentacles, Nine of Swords, Knight of Swords, Two of Cups, Page of Swords, Four of Swords, Ten of Swords, the World, Eight of Wands, Five of Cups, Page of Cups, the Lovers, Three of Swords, Justice, Seven of Wands, Star. Yeah. Robin Rihanna Fenty, okay, she is involved with bad things. The things I was just talking about. Trafficking. She is a moon witch. That's what she is, right? I mean, you know, her name, her first name is Robin. Robin. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Bin is another way of saying but, right? So if someone gets kidnapped, you could say that they're a bin that's been robbed. Yeah? They're a bin that's been robbed. A pentacle. Yeah? A star. A butt star. Yeah. Um, what is a Queen of Cups? What is a Queen of Cups? Well, she's a female. And the cup can be, that could be to do with enemas, douching. That's cup magic, isn't it? It's a type of water magic, sex magic. Um, so see, the thing is that when people do zodiac sign readings, for instance, Linda likes tarot. She says, "Oh, I'm reading for the high vibing Scorpios," or "I'm reading for the high vibing Pisces," or "I'm reading for the high vibing Taurians or Taurus or whatever," right? And that's the thing, right? Because obviously Spirit wants to talk about the most important people with those zodiac signs. Yeah. Um, and well, that's the thing. Pisces. Well, that's the thing. Michael Jackson, Archangel Michael, his moon sign is Pisces, and Paul Walker, his moon sign is Pisces as well. And they're both Virgos. Their sun sign is Virgo, and my moon sign is Virgo. So, the thing is that Rihanna, she was a Pisces, sun sign. What's her moon sign? Is it Virgo? Is it Virgo? I'm trying to remember what it was. Anyways, yeah, whatever it is. Um, the fact is, she is the main moon witch of the Masons, of the Freemasons, okay? And she's been used to hide a lot of things. She didn't get to where she is, by not doing it. She's been involved with some very evil things. And, there needs to be exposure. Why don't why can't you read the cards correctly? Why can't you explain the cards properly instead of trying to explain away things you don't like? Actually interpret the cards correctly and tell the truth. I mean, tarot cards are hard to interpret properly because, well, they have so many different interpretations. But if you have oracle cards, um, and you know what I mean? Like, obviously, you do more readings than the videos you record, right? Obviously, you can sit at home and say, hey, if I want to do a reading for Robin Rihanna Fenty, I can do that. You know what I mean? You can do that. You can get oracle cards. You can see what she's been doing, right? See through the magic, and see what's really there. Um, I mean, the fact is there's all these people doing sex magic, 8 of Wands magic. It's in the mouth, it's in the butt. It's doing sex BDSM as well. They're doing all these things, and that's what these cards. That people do that to try to siphon my energy. People need to be told to stop doing sex magic, um, because if they don't, they're gonna burn in hell. Yeah, I mean they're going into the lake of fire. Then there's no way back for them. Okay, do you understand? Like, I mean, if you really care about your followers, yeah, your community of people, if you actually get to give a shit about them, then surely you would tell them what they need to be told. Otherwise, they're if you don't want to warn them, well, it's on your head. They're not gonna be happy with you, are they? They won't be when they find out the truth. When they find out that you could have warned them and you didn't. That's 425,000 people who aren't going to be very happy with you, Paul. So you make your choice. Because the thing is that you do readings for me. If you do a reading for Scorpio and you completely misinterpret it, you're saying that I'm in a relationship with someone, or this, that, or the other. You might, you're creating your own crappy stories, and other people are, that's the thing. Other people are in relationships and doing sodomy and BD. They're the ones doing sex magic, and you're trying to pass them off as me, as an example. You're stirring the pot, being a magic maker. Yeah, well, you want to make yourself an enemy of God, then expect God to destroy you. It's that simple. Um, you can't say I haven't warned you, Bo. I've told you multiple times that you need to do something, and speaking in riddles and talking a lot of bullshit and just hoping I'll go away ain't gonna fix the problem. Obviously, I got a lot I need to do, so I'm gonna go away, do whatever I need to do. But when I come back, if I find out you're still trying to do the same shit to me, well, I'm not gonna go easy on you at all. In fact, I'm not gonna keep making you offers. I'm not gonna keep um, this olive branch extending the olive branch. It ain't happening, because you don't want to change. I ask, you I try to give you an opportunity to change. You still don't want to do it. You just want to battle with me. Um, and you don't care if people are getting trafficked. You don't care if people are getting hurt. You don't care if 1 million people die in Russia and Ukraine. You don't care about people in Gaza getting blown to pieces. You don't give a shit. You don't care. You want money in the bank. That's what you want. We could make all this bad stuff go away. Yeah, people might think badly of you at first. They might not like you, right? But you might find that actually you make so many people angry at you that you end up getting more viewers. You might find that your views double or triple or even more than that. The fact that a lot of people will be pissed off at you because they don't want to hear what you have to say. You might find you actually get a lot more viewers than you do currently. I mean, I look at your videos, you're getting what, 10,000 views a video, if that, on average. Um, I looked at Linda Likes Tarot. She gets way more views on her videos. And usually most of her, a lot of her videos, she doesn't do astrological. She doesn't do zodiac sign readings. Um, I mean, why don't you try doing something a bit different? Like, What are you doing? I mean, it's, when I look at Linda's thing, it's like, what was her video title the other day? It was like, oh, somebody is shook or something like that. Um, yeah, it was something like that. Somebody shook, shook, shook. What do you mean by shook? Oh, you mean this, do you? You mean this? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, shook. Oh, so shook. Oh yeah. Yeah, she relies on having a bunch of viewers who go like this all day long. Oh, thank you, Linda. Oh yeah. Yeah, that ain't me. Yeah. Some people don't care how they make money, quite obviously. They just want a nice, comfortable, easy life right now. Yeah. So yeah. Um so, yeah, so judgment, two of swords, seven of pentacles, nine of swords, cruelty, talking shit. And then there's the two of cups, page of swords, four of swords, ten of swords, the world. So that to me is, you're mixing my story with a bunch of page of swords who sleep around, who are doing ten of swords things, right? They're doing things they're not supposed to be doing. They're betraying me, God. Um, and they're, the Eight of Wands, Five of Cups, Page of Cups, the Lovers, Three of Swords, Justice. To me that is, it's sex magic. It's, there's this unhappiness. There's these Page of Cups, arseholes, the Lovers, the Three of Swords, the grief, law, justice, Seven of Wands, making a stand, the Star, Eight of Swords, Five of Swords, Queen of Cups. So, we need justice. Yeah, we need to stop people who are involved with doing sex magic and binding and doing nasty things that they shouldn't be doing, because for some people, they might think, oh, a bit of sodomy and a bit of BDSM, that's harmless, just a bit of fun sex. But to some people, for some people, that's really nasty, horrible stuff that they're doing, and you just kind of want to wash your hands clean of that and say, well, it's none of my business. Um, you don't care if people get sex trafficked. You don't care about that. Um, you think that's not your problem. Well, it is, Paul. Um, you have to come to terms. You have to deal with the fact that you're involved. You have to do something to fix the problem, or you will receive the punishment that is due to you. Okay? These are the messages from spirit that will, that's why, and you don't like that, do you? You think you want to be a magic maker and explain that away so you can put money in the bank. Pathetic. Totally pathetic. You're living in a world that's falling apart. You're living in a country that's going to shit. And you think you have no hand in it. You feel like it's not your problem. You think, you think it's, oh, well, I'll just do my thing. I'll just look after myself and hope that I survive. Oh, yeah. Well, you're the one creating all the problems for everybody because you're talking a load of shit about God, trying to pretend that you're God and trying to cover up people's sex crimes. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You stir the pot. You're shuffling cards, which are sex magic cards. They're designed to hide sex magic. They create confusion, and you create another layer of confusion on top of that. Already, there's confusion with the cards, and then there's confusion with your story that comes out on top of it. And then you want to say it's got nothing to do with you. Yeah, someone's getting entertained, aren't they? For entertainment purposes only. Oh, yeah. Someone's getting entertained, aren't they? So, I think it's time to do another reading for Linda. Yeah. Linda likes tarot. Let's do a reading for you, okay? So, we'll start off with a tarot reading. Okay. All right, let me just give this a good shuffle. Linda from Linda Likes Tarot. For entertainment purposes only. Four of Pentacles. Take those two. Okay. Knight of Wands. Eight of Cups. Take this one. Okay. 10 of Cups. Three of Wands. Death. Whoa. Five of Wands. Oh, flipping heck. Judgment. Six of Pentacles. Ace of Pentacles. And the Moon. And then we got the Hermit on the bottom. Yeah, okay. So we got Four of Pentacles. So possessive, holding on to things, hoarding. Hoarding. Yeah, hoarding. What a surprise, yeah. Interested in money. Yes, obviously. So Four of Pentacles. Knight of Wands. Eight of Cups. 10 of Cups. Three of Wands, Death, Five of Wands, Judgment. So, the Four of Pentacles, Knight of Wands, Eight of Cups, Ten of Cups. Well, obviously there's, I could read this in different ways. You like money, you like doing witchcraft. Eight of Cups. So the idea of the Eight of Cups card is obviously, well, like 8 is what eight is food. Okay, this is food magic. The number 8 is a food magic number. Okay, and obviously, if you have a cup full of food or a cup full of shit, well, 8 is past, obviously. So, it's something to do with shit and cups, and it could be water, it could be enemas, douching. So, some people really like sodomy and BDSM, and yeah, I mean that's the thing. I mean it's very yeah, I never really point this out, but obviously, there's the Eight of Cups, but it looks like there's a cup missing here. And if there was a cup there, that would be the ninth cup, wouldn't it? And the Hermit is number 9. So the Nine of Cups is really the Hermit's cups. So, the Eight of Cups is, it's someone who doesn't, you're a person, you don't have any, you are dry as a desert. Yeah, that's how much water you have, Linda. You're a heartless witch. You're cold, you're nasty, you're the Ice Queen. Yeah, the Ice Queen. Yeah, if you got any water, it's ice. That's all it is. Ice. Cold as ice. Yeah. So, but you're doing, this is the thing, this is what this is a sex magic. You're doing sex magic. So, and it's reflected in your behavior. It's reflected in your behavior. You're a cold Ice Queen, dry as a desert witch, heartless witch. And that's what makes you happy. The Ten of Cups. That's what gives you pleasure. That's what makes you so happy. And the Three of Wands, manifesting or sodomy, the death magic. And then there's the competition, Five of Wands. I mean, obviously 5 is associated with Taurus. And 5 is also associated with the tree card in the Lenormand deck. Yeah. So you've got, the Death, the Five of Wands, and the Judgment. So, basically what you're doing is a bunch of sex magic, and you're a heartless witch, and you're competing, and you wanna fight with me, and Judgment. You put your judgment out. You share it on YouTube or TikTok or Twitch, and this is your Ace of Pentacles. You're handing out your moon, the moon. You're not of the light. You're simply a cold rock reflecting light. That's it. The only purpose you serve is to confuse the truth. That's all you do. You create illusions. You fight with God and you create illusions in order to fight with God, and then you want to watch your bank balance grow while you have a bunch of wankers who follow you, and then you want to talk about how shook they are. I mean, how pathetic are you? You really are pathetic. tell you what, we'll do another reading for you, Linda. The Magician. King of Swords. Six of Swords. I mean, these three cards, they really say a lot. Yeah? Linda, the Magician. King of Swords. Six of Swords. So you are the magician of getting people to move on from me. That's all you're doing, right? You're trying to, or your entire existence, all it's about is you trying to get people not to have anything to do with me. You want people to go another direction. You want to take people away from me. Oh, I dropped a card over here. 4 cups. I forgot. I didn't put it back in the deck. But, this is what you're trying to do. You are trying to be a magician to get people away from me. Let me start this reading again, because I left a card out of the deck by accident. Put this back in the deck. You follow after your lusts. You want to be a witch. You want to make money, and you want to pretend like you have the backing of God. Like, you want to pretend that God has your back. That God approves of all the crap that you're doing. I don't think you even care. I genuinely think you don't even care. Strength. I feel like you simply say that to fool your viewers. That's what I think. I think you like to say you have a relationship with God, or that you love God and that God loves you. You're simply doing that to keep your, to please certain viewers of yours. And also it's a type of magic as well, because you want to pretend the guys you get with happen to be God. You're doing a certain type of magic. Okay, we got the Page of Pentacles, 6 of Swords, again, the High Priestess, Justice, 7 of Pentacles, Four of Wands, Queen of Swords, 3 of Cups. So, strength. Well, the strength card is mixed up with, it's strength, it's fortitude, it's courage, lust, the Whore of Babylon as well. If you know what the Thoth deck is. Oh yeah, it's number 11 in the Thoth deck. Yeah, so the thing is, because there's 8 and 11 and those are mixed together, so you have the idea of strength, fortitude, courage, lust, and justice, and adjustment. These things are all mixed together. So, it's a very tricky card, the strength and the justice card. But strength, Page of Pentacles, 6 of Swords, the High Priestess, Justice, Seven of Pentacles, Four of Wands, Queen of Swords, Three of Cups. I mean, your name, that's the thing. Your name is Linda. It's Lee in Da. Da is a way of saying dad. And it can also be another way of saying day as well. So you have a magic name. And like I said, the ghost of Aaliyah Dana Houghton is on the front of me. So technically I am Lee in Da. I'm Linda in that sense, because I have the ghost of Aaliyah Dana Houghton on top of me. So, you know, here's the Strength card, Page of Pentacles. You know, that's the 8 card, right? Because obviously what's in me, you know, what's in me that comes out of me, well, shit, what I ate, yeah, 8. Oh, look, it's the lust, strength, fortitude, courage, and justice all rolled into one. How convenient. Yeah. The shit of God. Go take a look at, there's a music video on YouTube. It's by a band called Behemoth, and it's called Shit of God. Go have a listen to that, yeah? So we've got the Strength card, Page of Pentacles, Six of Swords, the High Priestess, you know, the number 2, the piece of poo, shit for brains, talking shit all day long. Justice. I mean, that's the thing, right? The first card here is the Strength card, and here's the Justice card. You know, it's a woman sitting on a throne. She's got the sword in her right hand, and she's got the scales in her left hand. Left. You know, what is justice? You know, this is the thing, right? Leaving God. Oh, is that what justice is? The scales of justice in the hand of the left. The left hand. The left hand path. Well, yeah. They like to call her Lady Justice. Who the hell put her in charge? Do you know what I'm saying? Why is it that women get to decide what justice is? How strange that is. How convenient for you. So these, you know, Justice, 7 of Pentacles, 4 of Wands. So you got a community of these Queen of Swords. You know, these are probably feminists. You know, 21st century women who don't really like the idea of God telling them what to do. Definitely not Christians. And then there's the 3 of Cups. Yeah, I'm sure there are lots of women who think you're fucking great, Linda. They think you're the greatest thing since sliced bread. But all you do is stir a pot of shit all day long. That's all you do. You stir a pot of shit, hoping that it's going to get you somewhere. Well, it's going to land you in the lake of fire, and that's it. Yeah. Could I talk you out of it? Probably not. So, I'll tell you what, we get some oracle cards. Yeah, the Radiant Sun cards. So, Linda from Linda Likes Tarot. Let's see what we got here. Okay. We got Independence. I mean, that's just, you know, that came out for a pool as well, didn't it? Independence. You don't want to work with me. You want to be independent, obviously. I'll take that one. Romance. It's got independence and romance. I mean, I don't know how many relationships you've been through. You know, you're doing you're talking about relationships, love, love readings. You're doing those a lot, right? And I know, you do your readings, you say you, but what you really mean is you, as in, you're talking about yourself, right? You're talking about yourself and you're trying to make it about other people, aren't you? Like you're some high vibing witch and everyone's trying to get in your energy and you're just telling everyone else how to copy you, basically, or some shit like that, right? Totally fucking cool. Yeah. Completely backwards. Yeah, I'm not talking about Archangel Michael. He's there. But I'm saying you got it the wrong way around. You always get it the wrong way around. You twist it to suit yourself. All right, let's get another card here. Okay, so we got the Charity card. So you got independence, romance, charity. So, yeah, so I'm told you're a gold digger. You're a gold digger. You like to have a selection of different men. You're looking for money. That's what you're interested in. You've got devotion. So after the charity card, you've got devotion. Seduction. So your devotion is seduction, right? If you keep doing those Botox injections, eventually you're going to have duck lips. You know that. We got power. Seduction, power. So that's the thing, right? You're seduced by the idea of having power. Ooh, and what's this? Fortune. Oh, you get some very interesting cards, Linda. Very interesting cards indeed. Oh, of course. Restlessness. I'll tell you, I'll take these three. Drama. Riches. So did you see that last card? Drama. Riches. And extremism. Let's get one more card. I'm enjoying this. I mean, if you're a card reader, you're a tarot reader, an oracle card reader, what kind of mental gymnastics do you have to do to try to wriggle your way out of what these cards are obviously saying? I mean, you clearly don't want to know the truth. There are a lot of tarot readers, they say, oh, I can't do a tarot reading for myself. I have to go to other people to get tarot readings for me. No, the reason why is because you don't like what the cards tell you. It's really that simple. The reason you think, the reason tarot readers say that they can't do readings for themselves is because they don't want to believe the cards and what they're telling them. Because they don't want to believe that. It's really that simple. You don't want to accept the truth. Right, so we got intuition. So after the extremism card, we got intuition. Flattery. Which is obviously, this is the Venus and Gemini. Yeah, the two-faced. Yeah, intuition, flattery. Intuition and flattery. And we got acquisition. and fulfillment. Is that enough? What we got on the bottom? Oh, and on the bottom, we got friendship. You know what that says to me? It says to me that you got fuck buddies. That's what it is, isn't it? The guy who's on your bottom is your friend. Friendship on the bottom. Yeah. So let's go through them again, shall we? Independence. Romance. Charity. Devotion. Seduction. Power. Fortune. Restlessness. Drama. Riches. Extremism. Intuition. Flattery. Acquisition. Fulfillment. So you really are a horrible person. You really are. You're worse than trash. And you don't care. You really don't care. You're clearly not trying to impress God. I mean, it's so obvious. Three of Cups. The Magician. Eight of Swords. Nine of Pentacles. Four of Wands. Seven of Pentacles. Three of Wands. Seven of Pentacles. Oh. Six of Swords. The Devil. Oh, I thought that card would come out. Six of Swords, the Devil. What a shocker. Yeah, I just saw that in my head just before that popped out. Three of Cups. The Magician. Eight of Swords. Nine of Pentacles. Four of Wands. Seven of Pentacles. Three of Wands. Eight of Pentacles. Six of Swords. The Devil. Well, this is the thing, because it's not clear. Well, that's the thing is, it's obviously I can read this in multiple ways, but I'm pretty sure you're doing it in. I can read this in two ways, definitely two ways, and it's like, yeah, I know you're doing it both ways, right? I know you're not just doing it the one way, you're doing it both ways, aren't you? Of course. That's how you're such a great magician, yeah. So the Three of Cups, I mean, friends, a circle of friends. Well, obviously, a three is the shape of a butt, isn't it? A three, and also three is the number of the Empress, or the High Priestess, if you include the Fool. And the cups, well, that can be enemas, douching. So if you're doing that type of magic, and then you have a circle of friends of, well, a bunch of bitches, bitches and witches. Yeah, and then you got, a bunch of magicians. Whether it's just you or it's all, a bunch of your friends. You're probably friends with all kinds of witches, aren't you? Let's be honest, right? And then you got the Eight of Swords, so talking a load of crap all day long, and obviously you're into like BDSM and sodomy and sex magic. Nine of Pentacles, Four of Wands, so you're a community of followers, yeah. A bunch of sex magicians, hard at work, yeah. Doing sodomy, trying to manifest shit. Eight of Pentacles, oh yeah. Working on that shit. Doing sex magic, Six of Swords, moving on. Off we go to, you notice how the word sick is in the word six. Yeah. You sick in the head, right? Like Adam and Eve. They were sick in the head. Yeah. And then off to be, Six of Swords, the devil. So let's ask the question. Okay, so because I'm sure Linda would love to know this, right? So if Linda from Linda Likes Tarot, if she chooses to carry on the way she's been going, so if she chooses to, if she doesn't want to work with me, then what's going to happen to her? What is the outcome if she continues to do bad witchcraft against me? If she keeps continuing to fight me with magic, what is going to be the outcome? What will be the result for Linda from Linda Likes Tarot? Okay, what's the result? Two cards here. Five of Swords, Queen of Pentacles. Okay. There was Six of Wands on the bottom of the deck. So Five of Swords, Queen of Pentacles. So, that's conflict, defeat. Nine of Swords. Temperance. Two of Swords. Three of Pentacles. So, I mean, this is the thing, because you're a Taurus, that's your sun sign. Well, that's the thing, right? Because the Five of Swords is the same number, it's the 5, right? And that's to do with logic and communication. But, people want to say that the Hierophant, oh, that's the church, or that's the high priest, or it's the Pope, or, You know, it's you never used to hear people say, "Oh, this is the high priest of the cult of Demeter." That's what it is. You know, you don't hear people read that out in a reading like, "Oh, look, you got something to do with the high priest of the cult of Demeter." You know, no, people will say, "Oh, maybe it's like a marriage, or it's something to do with a religious institution, or it's the church, or it's God, or it's the Pope, or something like that." Yeah. The Five of Swords. Well, this is the thing, right? Because I'm God, and I've come here to defeat people with the sword, right? With the words that come from my mouth, right? The Five of Swords. Well, this is the Five of Swords card. It's the defeat, isn't it? We've got the Five of Swords. We've got the Queen of Pentacles. Obviously, you're a Taurus, yeah. And then the Nine of Swords. This, nightmares or cruelty, oppression, something like that. Temperance, balance, Two of Swords, Three of Pentacles. So your Two of Swords, Three of Pentacles. Well, that's the thing, right? Your entire aim in life is to be a Two of Swords, working with other Two of Swords, right? You're a bunch of blind, stupid, evil, heartless witches that will like to work together. There has to be a balancing, right? So, you have to pay for your crimes. You have to pay for your sins. You have to, you will pay for that, what you've done. In your readings, you very often in your readings, you like to say child a lot. You just say child or child. You blurt that out. So what you're doing is you're doing all this horrible stirring of the pot of witchcraft. You're you're talking about, you're doing all this sex magician stuff, and then you're throwing child into the mix as well. You want to say child, 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 child. Yeah, you say a lot of horrible shit. You really do. You're a real nasty witch, and you will suffer for what you've done. Plain and simple. You have the choice to either put things right, or you will have to deal with very, very serious consequences for what you've done. So you have to make amends for what you've done, or you will pay you will pay a very serious price for it. You will have to deal with the consequences of your actions. You have to deal with them. You have to deal with what you've done. You decided to get into this game, right? God didn't tell you to do it. You did it yourself. And you wanted this. You dug yourself a massive hole. Yeah, you dug yourself a gigantic hole, right? And I'm telling you, you better get out of there. Or, yeah, I mean, the hole's getting filled, whether you like it or not. So if you want to climb out of there before it gets filled, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah. I mean, it's clear from the cards, your interest is money and power and sex. And you don't care who gets hurt. You don't. And you definitely don't care about me. You really don't. And to be quite honest, I really don't give a shit about you either. Why should I? If you gave me a reason to care about you, maybe I would. Um, but I can't think of a single reason why I should. I don't like you. I simply have to have this conversation with you. Um, You made it very clear you don't like me. And that's generally the way I am. Is like, well, if someone tells me that they hate me, that they really don't like me, and they insult me all day long and talk shit about me all day long, and um, yeah, I mean, it's rude, nasty. Um, yeah, I really have no good feelings towards you at all. And I really don't care what happens to you. The way things are, I really don't care. Does that make you feel good, Linda? The fact that God doesn't give a shit what happens to you. Does that make you happy? It's what you deserve, though. It really is what you deserve. Because you don't give a shit about the consequences of what you do. You don't care. You don't care who gets hurt. You don't care about the victims. All you care about is fucking around and making money. And looking pretty while you do it. That's all you care about. And surrounding yourself with a bunch of like-minded witches. And then trying to convince yourself that you're important when you're not. You're just a crazy hoe with some cards and some candles and some crystals and some Palo Santo. Oh yeah, Palo Santo. I've never bought any Palo Santo. Maybe I should buy some. I don't even sage or smudge. I smoke cigarettes. Yeah, I mean I've never tried Palo Santo. Maybe I should get some. Yeah, I don't even know what it smells like. Um, yeah, you have you lost my patience a long time ago. Um, to be quite honest. I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to put a stop to your nonsense. I don't need you, Linda. The way you're going about things, you're going to find yourself being discarded like a piece of trash by God. Yeah, God will discard you like a piece of trash, which is exactly what you deserve. If that excites you, if that's what makes you happy, carry on doing what you're doing. Yeah. A gold digging witch obsessed with power, money, influence. You want to believe you're important. Oh, what you think you've got, what was it, 257,000 subscribers. Oh, whoop de fucking do. Aren't you so fucking special, huh? I'll tell you what, shall I do one for Moonlight? Moonlight Guidance. Go on. Sure, Moonlight Guidance. I'm sure she'd like a reading as well, huh? So, Chandni Patel from Moonlight Guidance YouTube channel. Let's do a reading for you. Yeah, go on. Judgment. The devil. Oh. The judgment. The devil. What more do we need? Is that enough? Oracle of the Radiant Sun. Oracle of the Radiant Sun. Okay. Chandni Patel. Decision. Negotiation. Resistance. Domination. Resistance, domination. Companionship. Appreciation. Seduction. Achievement. Charity. Yeah, I saw that picture of you on Instagram with your big check for what was it? Quadriplegic. It was for people who are in wheelchairs. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, it was like a donation to people who are paralyzed, people who have a wheelchair, who are wheelchair bound. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I saw that. Anyways, decision. Negotiation. Resistance. Domination. Companionship. Appreciation. Seduction. Achievement. Charity. Well, I'm not quite sure what that's saying, but it kind of makes me think of my email. So, because this thing, I sent you an email, didn't I? I asked for a reading. I sent you I paid the money for it, and you returned that money to me. Um, and obviously, I said to you, "I'm God," and I said, I suggest, I said, yeah, it was like manifest a new love reading, or it's about manifesting a love interest or something. And I said, well, love or friendship. But I was trying to get the point across to you that I'm God. I mean, the reason I put it that way was because after listening to all of your readings, talking about manifesting a um, a person, a love interest, um, I thought I sort of might make the offer. Um, but I wasn't, I was only being sort of semi-serious, really. Um, maybe, maybe. Um, my main interest is for you to understand who I am. Because if you don't understand who I am, I don't care. Even if you wanted to have a relationship with me, if you don't accept that I'm God, I'll tell you to fuck off. It's really that simple. Because that's all I'm interested in. Okay? You understanding who I am. Okay? I will not have any friendship or relationships with anybody unless they understand one thing. I'm God. If they can't understand that, I'd rather spend my time at home by myself. Okay? So decision, negotiation, resistance, domination. So I didn't I didn't say, "Hey, I'm God. I'm forcing you to be my wife now." I didn't say anything like that, did I? I basically just said, "Hey, well, maybe, maybe a love interest, or maybe let's be friends. But I'm God, and I just want you to know who I am." And you told me I was. I don't know, what was your response again? It was something like, "I've never been so offended in my life," or something like that, or "This is totally inappropriate. Go away. Don't ever email me again." Okay, then fine. I won't email you again. Um, I've got, I've done a reading for you. Um, Judgment, the devil. Yeah. Okay. We'll do one more tarot reading for you because 2 cards is a bit. I mean, I could handpick the cards, couldn't I? I could maybe just have a look through the deck and say, "Oh, this is what Chandni Patel is." I'll just pick a card and I'll just be like, "Yeah, that's what she is." Oh yeah, because isn't that what you do, Chandni? Yeah, you handpick the cards. I mean, it's so obvious. I've watched some of your videos. It's sometimes you shuffle the cards, and but it's sometimes I've noticed you handpick those cards. You so handpick those cards. It's you shuffle until they fall on the table, and then a card will fall that way, and then you go, oh, and you pick up a card from a different direction. And it's like, yeah, well, if the card went that way, how the hell did it end up over there? Do you know what I mean? I've seen you do some real weird shit. Not to mention, you start a video where you're holding the 10 of Pentacles in your hand. It's like, look, I found this card. Look what I found. Oh wow, good for you, huh? Yeah, you think you're gonna avoid me because you got 1.1 million subscribers? You're a total fucking idiot. Um, you clearly don't know who I am. If you think you think having a channel with 1.1 million subscribers is is too powerful for me, is it? Like I couldn't possibly withstand you. Wow. You must be blind. Yeah. Yeah, tarot reading. So let's get one more tarot reading for you. Janni Patel from Moonlight Guidance Tarot. Okay, we've got 2 cards. 5 of Cups. 2 of Pentacles. 9 of Pentacles. Knight of Wands. 3 of Cups. 2 of Cups. The Emperor. 4 of Cups. Alright, what's that say then? 5 of Cups. 2 of Pentacles. 9 of Pentacles. So 5 of Cups, you know, obviously unhappiness, or, you know, obviously this is a type of sex magic because the 5 is associated with the Hierophant, which is Taurus. And the cups are water, so it can be with enemas and douching and stuff like that. So 2 of Pentacles, 5 of Cups, 2 of Pentacles. So I don't know, you know, maybe you're doing sex magic. That's what I'm told. You're doing sex magic. What a shocker, huh? 5 of Cups, 2 of Pentacles, 9 of Pentacles. So it sounds to me like you're... Is that right? It's also to get an idea if maybe you were married or something. Is she married? Is she married? Yeah, I kind of remember her having a ring on her finger. Not sure which one though. 5 of Cups, 2 of Pentacles, 9 of Pentacles. So that means she's just unhappy with what I'm posting. So you're unhappy with what I'm posting. Okay. Knight of Wands. 3 of Cups. So, yeah, or 3 of Cups or 2 of Cups. So, and then the Emperor. 4 of Cups. Okay, so look, you know, there's this unhappiness with what I'm doing, right? So I'm juggling stuff. I'm posting things on Facebook and YouTube, and you don't like what I'm doing. Knight of Wands, 3 of Cups, 2 of Cups. I mean, obviously, I made the offer to you. I said, you know, well, I'd be interested in getting to know you, right? Whether it's to be friends or maybe a love interest. You know, I would be interested in getting to know you. But ultimately, what I want you to know is who I am. God. Emperor. 4 of Cups. So, this is the thing. I'm God. The Emperor. And, well, he's number 4. This is number 4. The 4 of Cups. Right? So, self-serving disinterest is one of the ways you can interpret this card. Or, you know, obviously I post on Facebook all day long. You know, I'm this little cloud that's handing out this cup. And these people, no one cares. Everyone's like, hey, I don't want to, this guy's crazy. He's just posting all this shit on Facebook. We have no interest, you know, we're just going to spy on him and hate on him and spy on him and hate on him. And we're going to try and fight him with magic and talk shit about him all day long. Yeah. So, you know, that's the Four Cups. The Emperor. What else am I supposed to be? You know, I'm God. What would you want me to be? Your slave? You like keep me on a dog leash, would you? Would that make you happy? You know, I've got to do what I got to do. If you don't like it, tough shit. And I don't think there's really anything else to talk about, really. The thing is, you know, tarot readers have to start telling people the truth. It's your only way out of this mess. Otherwise, you're just going to carry on on the path of destruction, right? That's what you're doing. You're just going to carry on the path of destruction until everything's destroyed. Your life's ruined. You got nothing left. You're miserable. You got nothing to be happy about, and you'll have to regret everything you've ever done in your life, basically. And that'll be that. And I'll be like, well, I told you, and you didn't listen, and I kept telling you, and you still didn't want to listen, and I still kept telling you, you still didn't want to listen. So, you know, it's too late. You can't change it now once your life's completely ruined. You know what I mean? Like there's got to be a point where I say I can't deal with you. I'm not gonna accept your apology. There's gonna be a point where I can't, you know, I'm just gonna ignore you and that's it. I'm gonna turn my back to you. I'm not. I want to pretend like you don't even exist because I'm just gonna be too busy with other people, and that'll be that. So you know, you make your choice, and I'll just do what I have to do, and that'll be that. Okay. So, is that long enough? I think that's long enough, really. 4.5 hours. I'll leave it there.